Okay, so welcome back, John. Nice to see you again. We'll just dive straight into our teaching for today. So let me just get the live stream going, and then I'll share my screen. Okay, so all right. Let's going. Let's share my screen with you. Okay, share screen. All right, so we can start off by reading the quote. Very good, and then go into a bit of teaching. That'll lead us nicely into the lesson. And then if you need to go to do supper, you can come back when you've done the lesson, and you should come back for the text.
Yeah.
Quite well.
Okay, there is no failure in God's will and no success outside of God's will.
A guy called George Truett, American Baptist pastor. If you read that, it could actually be a direct quote from A Course in Miracles.
Yeah.
Easily couldn't. It's in that same kind of genre of writing.
Yeah.
Style of writing. But it was written 30 years before the course was published. So it just goes to show you, the truth is universal. The inspiration of the Holy Spirit, which is just a remembrance of perfect love, is universal and timeless. Yeah. Today's lesson echoes what the quote says. If you want to read that, there is in the original an alternative.
There is no will but God's. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness.
So the one is a typical course type statement, because he uses a negative. He says there is no will but God's. But if you translate that into the positive, it's really saying there is only this, the will is awareness. There is only this awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, and pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness. There is no will but God's. This is what it's really saying. So a bit liberal in the translation, perhaps, but that's in essence what the quote is trying to teach us. So it is this will, or awareness of God or perfect love, and only this will or awareness, that will bring you happiness, peace, and joy. And it's consistently experiencing these higher states of mind that is the spiritual definition of success. So that can lead to events and circumstances unfolding in your life that other people may label as success, but these are merely an external manifestation of an inner experience of abundance that is the real success. So this is the ego's or belief in separation's idea of success as dependent on various specific external forms it believes are the success that it craves, reinterpreted by the Holy Spirit or the awareness of oneness into a concept that can only bless you and everyone whom your true success touches, which is in total opposition to the ego's concept of success, which is always just another version of its obsession with seeking outside itself to ensure it will never find the answer to its miserable existence. So it's, everything gets reinterpreted. The idea of success, we have a concept of that, and it depends on which guide is guiding you as to how you're going to interpret that. If you look at it from the ego's perspective, success is all about the material. It's what you've accomplished. it's how much money you've made, it's your status, it's your possessions. But the Holy Spirit looks on it completely differently. It says, well, have you had a rich, full life? Have you grown? Have you learned who you are, really? Do you know who you are? That's, really the definition of success from the Holy Spirit's perspective. So they're completely opposite. The one is based on form and perception and other people's opinions, and the other one is based on truth and formlessness and your awareness of who you really are. And never the twain shall meet. So, truly successful life is one in which you come to know yourself. You come to understand the truth about yourself and life. And whatever else happens is really incidental. Whether you make a lot of money or you don't, or you have a family or you don't, or you accomplish much or you don't. In the end, the only thing that matters is, do you remember love? Do you remember who you really are?
Mm.
That's the true measure of success. And again, so those concepts are going to be completely differently interpreted by the Holy Spirit and the ego, and they'll never agree. So, my idea, I'll give you a practical example of my own life situation. My idea of success is completely different from my father's. So, of course, we don't agree.
Yeah.
Because his view of success is it needs to be external, and you need to make money, and you need to get, the level of status, and people respecting you, and so on. And for me, that's never been something I've desired. It's never been my definition of success. So when you have fundamentally different viewpoints, and obviously you're not going to agree, it's going to take you down a very different path, depending on your definition of what success means. Which is why it's important that we are right-minded. We come from our right mind, and we perceive things correctly. Because if you don't, you're gonna make very different decisions and make very different choices. If I'd bought into the conventional idea of success, then no doubt I would have followed a more conventional path. I would have probably become an accountant. I would have climbed the corporate ladder. I would have got a good salary. Had a house in the suburbs, a house in holiday house, car, all of that, and my life would have been very, very different, because I had a different idea of what success meant. But something in me just couldn't really buy that, even at a young age, that sort of traditional, okay, well, success is measured by the external, success is measured by your accomplishments. Although I still had my own, it was interesting because I didn't really buy that, but I still had my ego goal, which was to be a world champion. For me, that was success. So it wasn't conventional success; it had to be extraordinary, but it was still defined by accomplishment, some kind of external accomplishment. It took a lot of undoing and unlearning to undo that. So failure was actually my biggest teacher. The best thing that can happen to you if you're on the wrong track is that you fail, and then you question it and you go, well, maybe I'm not on the right track. I remember very clearly, like when I was in my late 20s, and I'd really bought into the whole personal growth, manifestation, what the mind of man can conceive and believe it can achieve. Napoleon Hill said that, his book Think and Grow Rich, which you may have read.
Yeah.
So I really bought that hook, line, and sinker until that point. It's like, yeah, I get this. I understand the mind can create, but it was all about the external manifestation, what I could accomplish. And so when I failed and my ego goal just didn't happen, and miserably so. I mean, I wasn't even close to achieving it. So there was no kind of sort of second prize for my ego. It was just like, well, you failed completely, miserably, hopelessly. You didn't even get close. But because it was such a complete failure, I really had to kind of look at it and go, okay, well, maybe actually this whole philosophy that I bought into is flawed. That was the question. And it was, I remember thinking these thoughts. Well, maybe I haven't got the full picture. I thought I understood life, but maybe there's something else that I haven't understood. And of course, so then that stimulates growth. And then it took me down a path of going, okay, well, I need to start exploring and finding maybe there's something else. And so then I started coming into contact with more spiritual teachings like Eckhart Tolle and Neil Donald Walsh and the Urantia book, and ultimately A Course in Miracles, which were giving a completely different viewpoint of what success is. Success is not about achieving your material goals. Success is about coming to know who you are. And I guess maybe because I'd failed so miserably and I'd gone so far down that path, and really it got attached to the ego idea that the spring back, the disappointment was quite hard to deal with. But that's what opened me up to going, okay, well, if it had been a minor disappointment, I probably would have kept to that thought system.
Next time. Yeah.
But
John,
because it was a major disappointment, I had to really reconsider my whole thought system. So it was the best thing that could have happened.
John, I'm sorry, I'm going to pull out and hopefully get back
later. You got to
go. I do.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Hopefully see you later.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Cheers for now.
Enjoy your dinner.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Bye for now, John. He's going to make dinner. So just you and me, really. Do you want to get on there or use here? Just mute yourself. So there's a recording there. There we go. Anyone listening, you can listen to that recording on success, how to be truly successful in life. It's quite an interesting conversation, I remember, right? So, what is this? The thing with the Holy Spirit is it just reinterprets all these concepts. It says, well, okay, you got this idea of success, but reinterpret it, it's going to mean something very different to the Holy Spirit compared with the ego. So from that, love what you do and do what you love. So if love is motivating you, and then you come to know that you are loved through your whatever you're doing, then that's a successful life because you've learned who you are. But if you pursue external success and you achieve it, but you still don't know who you are, how can you be considered a success? So I love him, Donald Trump. He's a great example. Someone who's pursued worldly success and achieved quite a lot of it. Apparently he's done quite well for himself. He's been a billionaire, made a lot of money. He's had no doubt many women in his life. He's been president of the United States, and yet he doesn't know who he is. So is it really a successful life if you still don't know who you are and you're 70 something? How successful can you really claim to be? So true success is coming to know yourself, know thyself, which is the injunction of all the great spiritual teachings. Know thyself. Not what the world thinks of you. Don't know yourself through the world, what the world's eyes, but really know yourself. Know who you are in the depths of your being. And can you just be comfortable in your own skin, just as you are? That's really the question. So that leads us quite nicely into our lesson for today. So let's just jump across to Word. Okay, so you're going to read the lesson original and then the alternative translated version.
There is no will but God's. And alternatively, pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness.
Oh, so the will of God, I like to translate it as awareness. It's this singular awareness that we share with our source. So if there is no will but God's, translated in the positive sense, expressed would be, well, pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness. That's the only true awareness that I have. Which means that there is no other will. But I'm stating the positive rather than the negative. Okay, so you want to read paragraph 1 in the original and the alternative.
The idea for today can be regarded as the central thought towards which all our exercises are directed. God's is the only will. So alternatively, pure formless awareness of perfect love is the only awareness.
Yeah, you get awareness is will. That's quite important. That's why we translate it. And what is the will of God? Well, it's an awareness. It's not primarily associated with what you do. A lot of people mistake the word will and they say, well, will is about being motivated. Will is about doing stuff. But actually, this goes way beyond that. It's not so much about doing stuff as about just being what you are. So the will of God is the fundamental awareness that you are, that you share with your source. So that awareness is your awareness, which is why you're one with your source. It's the same awareness. And our only job is to accept that. Accept that there's only one awareness in our minds, and this other awareness that we've invented that believes in separation is not true. Okay, carry on. 3.
When you have recognized this, you have recognized that your will is His. When you have recognized this, you have recognized that your awareness is the same as its. I would put its awareness.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love. Maybe this awareness. You recognize this. You recognize that your awareness is the same as the statement of thing is pure formless awareness, perfect love. So the translation, you see how the translation leads into the understanding. It's pure formless awareness. If God is just pure formless awareness of perfect love, then it's self-evident that it's an awareness. And that awareness is your awareness, which is why you're one with God. That's all it means. You know, that awareness is your awareness, and there's only that awareness. It's very simple, but it's likely to be obscured by the ego all the time. The idea that there's just one awareness, a singular awareness, which we all share, is the undoing of all separation. There's no separate self. There's no separate awareness then. Okay, so number 4.
The belief that conflict is possible has gone. And 5, peace has replaced the strange idea that you are torn by conflicting goals. As an extension of perfect love, you have no goal but this. But pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Perfect. You have no goal but it's. Perfect love is the it. Perfect love's goal. You have no goal but it's. That's referring to the perfect love.
Its goal.
Yeah, its goal. Yeah. Okay, so thoughts on that? What is he? A little summary of that. What's he saying in summary? in that first paragraph.
Basically, that if we are one with pure formless awareness of perfect love, there's no conflict, and peace is what emanates, because you're not torn by conflicting goals.
Yeah, I mean, it's logical. If there's only one awareness, conflict's not possible. Conflict would only come if you have different awareness, different ideas. You have no goal but it. So peace only comes from unification, unifying your goal. No split mind. And to recognize that all conflict comes from an inner conflict. You think you're having conflict with other people, but really it's the inner conflict. You're always torn by conflicting goals. Because on the one hand, you value the ego and what it's telling you is truth and what's valuable. And on the other, you have the spirit telling you that none of that is true and valuable. And so that inner conflict is what creates all of our external conflict.
Yeah.
But if we can see that, we perceive it correctly, then we recognize that any conflict with anyone or anything is really just a mirror of that internal conflict. So to correct it, we need to let go of our internal conflict and get very clear and say, well, there's only one way. You know, there's only one world, there's only one way. It's love's way, and the alternative doesn't exist for me. And then you collapse the other awareness, the ego's belief in separation. Okay. So any other questions on that? Fairly straightforward, but mind-blowing nevertheless. Okay, so number 2. There's great peace in today's idea.
There is great peace in today's idea, and the exercises for today are directed towards finding it. There is great peace in today's idea, and the exercises for today are directed towards finding it.
Yeah.
The idea itself is wholly true.
It's going to be the same.
Therefore, it cannot give rise to illusions. And without illusions, conflict is possible.
Conflict is impossible.
Conflict is impossible.
Hmm.
Try to recognize this today and experience the peace this recognition brings.
Hi, Sally.
Hiya.
Welcome. So we just started the lesson. Paragraph 2. It's quite a short lesson, so there's Christine sitting next to me.
Hi.
I wonder if I should sit there, maybe. What do you think? So then I can kind of actually look at you.
Or turn your chair sideways.
I should do it like that, you know. Maybe better. Then I can actually.
Talk to me.
Yeah, it's hitting my head. I'm going to crick in my neck. Okay, so great peace in today's idea. What's he saying? And what's he saying in that paragraph?
She's saying that the exercises we do today are going to reveal this idea that it's all about peace.
Hmm.
It cannot give rise to illusions. And so conflict is impossible. And today's exercise or experience is going to make us realize that peace brings this recognition, or recognition brings peace.
Experience the peace this recognition brings. You know, so peace comes from from unity. When we realize there's only one awareness, then conflict's impossible, because you can't have conflict if it's a single awareness. It's the same everywhere. Of course, for the ego, this is unbelievable, and the ego tells you, well, that's not true, because look, there's conflict everywhere. You experience it all the time. Other people experience it, so it must be real. But it's all the denial, comes from the denial of this one awareness, pure formless awareness, perfect love. It's to recognize that it's your own denial. This is the key thing. But never mind about anyone else. It's your own denial of that awareness that creates all of your conflict. So the only way out of that is to stop that denial. Stop denying the truth, accept it back, and then conflict's impossible. Now, on the level of form, on this level, it doesn't mean that conflict's just going to disappear from your life. But on the higher level, you're correcting your mind. You're starting to understand that none of those conflicts that seem to happen are real. And usually, if you persist with it, the conflict in your life will diminish. Find that it tends to diminish, and there's more and more peace that comes. Whereas peace comes from this unification in your mind. And you only have a single awareness and a single thought system governing your awareness. Then how can you have conflict? There's only one way. You only have conflict when you have two ways that seem to contradict. So it's to recognize that all apparent conflict, even if it seems to be outside of you, is actually a mirror of the inner conflict between those two thought systems. And all conflict then is an opportunity to choose. If you have a big conflict, or any conflict, but particularly the big ones and long-standing ones in your life, then that conflict is an opportunity to choose correctly, to choose the right thought system. And of course, the bigger the conflict, the bigger the lesson, because it's hard to let go that conflict. If you've been fighting for years and years, then to suddenly say, I'm done with fighting, I want peace, the ego is not going to like it. So people say they want peace, but actually they can't stand it for very long. They actually prefer conflict. And then you watch yourself, how you create conflict in your life. And if you can observe that from the perspective of the Holy Spirit, that's a huge learning. Okay, I can see the tendency to actually move away from peace and actually want to create conflict in these often quite insidious, subtle ways. So someone says or does something you don't like, and instead of just letting it go, you make a comment. That's the way we create conflict. And then that's created a grievance, and then the person might get defensive, and then a whole conversation, an argument develops, and it wasn't necessary, because you didn't need to create the conflict. You could have just let it go. So I think the key thing is watch yourself, and with an idea like this, saying there really is no will but God's, or only pure formless awareness of perfect love is my awareness. Really saying the same thing. It just helps you to remember in the moment when you tempted to conflict, to say no, I remember the truth. It's actually only still a single awareness. It may not seem like it. The illusion is the other person has their own opinion and I don't agree with them. But beyond that, beneath that, underneath that lies the level of pure formless awareness of perfect love, where there's only one will, which is still the truth. And so actually all the conflict is illusory. It's happening on an illusory level of the mind. And if you can remember that in the conflict, then you bring peace into the conflict, because you're no longer so caught up in it that you've forgotten there's a deeper awareness. And then the deeper awareness can come through and actually heal you. And you go, okay, just let it go. Don't attach to this. Just let it go, and you prefer peace. You don't really want to fight, because fighting doesn't make you happy. How can it? So it's a big lesson. Conflict is a major part of the human experience, if you think about it. You're saying, well, this is the way out. Just accept that there is only a singular awareness in your own mind and in everyone's mind. And if you really accept that, then conflict becomes impossible. So even if the ego is doing its thing, and that's manifesting through the person, someone outside of you, you don't believe it. I think, Sally, you mentioned a while ago, a few sessions ago, you said you had a conflict with someone. No, it was your neighbor. You say it was your next door neighbor, and she wanted to have a fight about something, and then you just said, I don't want to fight. I'm not interested in fighting. And she had to go away because you just didn't want to fight. So, but she wanted to fight. So, in that instance, you saw through the illusion, you saw the oneness, that actually she wasn't really separate from you, although she believed she was, and refused to engage in this pointless conflict. And then her ego didn't like it because it couldn't fight, and it wanted to fight to strengthen itself. So then she left, you said, she just moved away.
Yeah, it must have driven her mad.
Yeah. I mean, the best thing you can do with someone like that is actually don't do what they want you to do. Don't fight. Forgive them. And that's going to be the biggest challenge for them, because they want you to fight, and they don't understand a thought system that says, look, I don't want to fight, I'm just going to forgive you. Runs completely counter to their ego's thought system. So they'll find it a huge challenge, because it really challenges their whole thought system. So it's not surprising she moved away, because it challenged their whole thought system. And also she wasn't getting what she wanted. She actually wanted a next door neighbor who she could fight with, because that strengthened her ego. So no doubt, wherever she moved next, she probably found that. And then she would have, it's strange. Wherever I go, people are so unkind. It's so difficult wherever I go. Without looking in the mirror and saying, no, well, who's the difficult one? Where's the conflict? The conflict's actually in my own mind. I think that's really the key realization, isn't it? The conflict is always in my own mind. It's my own mind that is split. And if it manifests as external conflict, then the external conflict is really just a symptom that I have this inner split. And that's where the healing needs to be done. I need to correct it through a simple idea like this. There is only one awareness. I don't have another awareness. There is only the will of God, if you want to put it in traditional terms, or there is only one awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love, and I share that awareness with my source. So there's only one thing going on, one awareness in my mind. And that's governing all my thoughts and my words and my actions. So I can't be in conflict then. Even if someone else who's motivated by the ego is trying to have a conflict, you simply can't be, because you're not in conflict with yourself. They're just a mirror of the inner conflict. So if you're very conflicted internally, someone comes up and they show you that in the mirror, then you fall for the bait, and you go, oh, well, it's external. It's outside of me. This person is attacking me or threatening me, and I need to fight back. And I need to stand my ground, because, if I don't, I'll be walked all over and I'll be a doormat, and all this these kinds of thoughts come up with the ego. But it's really just trying to justify its existence. Because if you fight with someone, then you must be separate from them. You can't fight with someone who you're identical to, where there's just the same awareness. Fighting is inconceivable. So that's the purpose of all conflict in this world. It keeps us separate. Okay, any other thoughts on that? Then they need to spend several minutes in adding some related thoughts. So we'll just read those related thoughts, and then I'll take you into a meditation slowly. So Sally, if you can read number 3 for us, from there is no will but God's.
There is no will but God's. I cannot be in conflict.
And then alternatively,
There is no will but pure formless awareness of perfect loves. I cannot be in conflict. It's interesting you saying fighting with yourself. It's an interesting thing, isn't it? I just had a client that was fighting with somebody, and we kind of visualized them blending together, and there was no separateness. And then it seems absolutely impossible, doesn't it, to fight?
So the outcome of forgiveness is always unity. The end of it, it's like I heal the separation of my mind, and I see that I was never separate from the person. So conflict is impossible. Conflict is over them. So forgiveness naturally will lead to an end to conflict if you do it correctly. You can't because you can't fight with yourself. You realize the insanity. I'm fighting with myself. It's my own projection. It's crazy. The ego, has obliterated that awareness from our minds and tells us that there really is someone else to fight with, who really exists. And because they exist, you must exist too. You see the cunning of it. You must exist as a separate self in order to be able to have a conflict with another separate self.
But we're not only fighting with other people, we're fighting with everything, aren't we? It's come to me to make today that anything we've got attachment with, we're fighting with, aren't we? That there's that push and pull that goes on with certain things.
Yeah.
So I've been practicing the last couple of days, looking around the room, seeing if there's anything that I'm in conflict with. And it's just like the smallest things, or not in conflict, but just tethered or attached to. And when I sat with it, I kind of lost myself. First of all, I could see that I was, I didn't understand the projection thing. I didn't understand it from the point of view that, I don't know if I can even explain it, but every time I was realizing I was attached to something, I could feel the attachment within me. And then, I can't put it into words, but suddenly when I was doing it, I suddenly lost this inner focus and I became one with it all. So I kind of lost myself. So I don't know quite where I am with that, because that felt very weird doing that, not feeling anything is separate, felt very weird.
Well, that's the one-month experience, which is completely unfamiliar to the ego. And we're not used to that, because we're used to defining ourselves as a separate self. And to define ourselves as a separate self, we need conflict. Do you see how entrenched it is in the ego's thought system?
That's interesting. The
Conflict
separate
with someone or something else in order to be separate. Otherwise, what defines you as separate?
Wow. So the separate self needs conflict.
Of course it does. Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like I've lived a very
Define
beautiful life.
itself. Without conflict, it wouldn't exist. So that explains a whole lot about this world. It's why this world is so conflicted. Why, there's never been a time when there hasn't been war on Earth, where, personal, it's not just, conflicts like, what's happening now between Russia and the Ukraine and in other places in the world, but it's personal conflict, on an interpersonal level. This is the human story. People are having conflicts all the time with other people or groups of people. This is the human condition, and we accept it as normal because that's just what seems to be normal in an upside down world. But if you really look at it, you see that all of it's designed to perpetuate a separate self. The ego requires conflict to perpetuate a separate self, and so that's why we've invented a world that is so conflicted, where conflict seems to be the norm rather than peace and harmony. Because we come here in order to experience that conflict, in order to perpetuate, feel the thoughts and emotions of a separate self, which then strengthens that identity and convinces us that we must be a separate self.
So
it's very insidious, very cunning.
Can't be in the illusion without conflict, because we're in conflict with pure formless awareness.
Yeah. So if you attach to anything, you're talking about, just objects. If you have any expectation, any attachment of anything, you actually are setting up a conflict, because that attachment strengthens the separate self. What is then attached to that object and wants to get something from? A separate self that is now in conflict with the pure formless awareness of perfect love in your mind. So the more attached you get, the more conflict you experience, and that conflict will manifest as interpersonal conflict with other people, and it also manifests as you have these grievances. You're in resistance to life. You have grievances all the time. You're like fighting with the weather. You're fighting with your surroundings, with just objects in your home, because all of that resistance, that conflict, makes the separate self real. So a grievance is any time you say, this isn't what it should be. I don't accept this reality is what it is, and it should be some other way. Then you're setting up a conflict between what you perceive to be reality and what you think it should be. And that conflict between what you think it should be and what you perceive it to be, what it seems to be on the level of form, is really how the ego works all the time to perpetuate its separate self. You see that?
Wow.
You get it? All the time. It's doing that. Because as soon as you rub up against something and there's that resistance, then there must be a separate self to experience that resistance.
Yeah.
And that makes you feel separate from what you're rubbing up against, the object, the person. And you have this kind of separated, contracted experience, which then strengthens the ego. And for most people, that's happening multiple times a day without them even being aware of it. They just have a conflicted relationship with everything, the objects in the room around them, the people, the weather, life in general. They're rubbing up against it all the time, and they're experiencing a degree of that inner conflict, which they would just accept as normal. Well, that's just how life is. Things don't go your way, but you kind of get on with it. But they're continuously having that friction, and that, of course, perpetuates the idea that they must be a separate self.
Yeah.
And then there's no peace. Peace and that resistance, that conflict, are antithetical. They're opposites. You can't have both. So what he's giving us here, it's a very simple, short lesson, but he's giving us the way out. He's saying there is no will but God's. There is no will but pure formless awareness of perfect loves. And if you can just accept that, then all your conflicts must be over, because all your conflicts originate in that conflict between your pure formless awareness and this idea of separation, the belief in separation. That's the genesis of all conflict in your life. So again, he's just pointing us to the source of it, saying, well, look, the resolution is then just accept the one. You must accept pure formless awareness of perfect love as your only will. This is your only awareness. There is no other awareness. And if the other awareness comes up and you get some of those conflicted thoughts and that resistance, then you let them go. So no, that can't be true. If pure formless awareness is all there is, then only that can be true in this situation right now. So I'm going to drop the conflict, I'm going to drop the resistance, and I'm going to drop back into peace and just feel that nice, open, spacious awareness. And then the conflict's over. And then on the level of form, if there's someone or something in your life that's seemingly causing you the conflict, you drop that. Just go, I don't want to fight. And if you don't want to fight, then there's no fight. You can just drop it. But it's very insidious. You've got to be very aware, because the ego uses conflict. So it's one of its stocks in trade, its primary weapons. It uses conflict all the time to try and perpetuate itself. And it says, no, it's not your fault, it's someone outside of you causing the conflict. But actually, if you're really honest, it's your own response to them that's the problem. You still respond in a separated self way that perpetuates the conflict. And we all do it, I've done it, many times. But it's to be aware of it when you do it and go, okay, but no, correct. Like, let's try and do better next time. Be aware, like whenever you're having a conflict with anyone or anything, it's particularly difficult with close relationships, because it seems to be so, emotionally charged and so real. But the same principle applies. The ego is just using that special relationship to get its fix of separation and get you to believe in separation. And so the more attached you are to anything, a person or an object or a substance, the more that plays out, the more conflicted that relationship can be, which is why the ego likes the special relationships with things. Inherent in the special relationship is conflict. So you're starting to see how it's all bound up. Expectation leads to grievances, leads to conflict, which strengthens the separate self. And that's the system we live in. And unless you become really aware of it, it just runs you. That's what you do. You think that's normal. Conflict's just a normal part of human existence, because it seems to be. But it's completely dysfunctional. It's completely illusion. It's false, all based on a false idea of separation.
So the conflict doesn't exist. It's an illusion. It's only in our mind, isn't it?
All conflict comes down to the basic conflict between these two thought systems. That's what we've got to realize. Whatever it is externally, it's actually a conflict in my own mind between pure formless awareness of perfect love on the one hand and the idea of separation on the other hand. And they represent two different ideas, two different thought systems, and you can't reconcile them because they completely contradict each other, always. Because how can I be perfectly one and also be a separate self? It doesn't reconcile, does it? I'm perfectly one, but I'm also separate. Well, I mean, the insanity of that is clear. There's a complete contradiction. And this is the essence of the non-dual teaching. If somebody says, look at that contradiction honestly and recognize that you cannot reconcile that. There's no way you'll ever do that. Much as you try and fudge it, you never can. So you must choose between these thought systems. If you choose separation, you can't ever undo oneness, because that's the truth. So then the conflict remains. So there's no resolution if you choose the ego. You remain with a split mind. Even if you try and bury the ego very deeply, and you try and just believe in the idea of separation, it's still there. You can't ever undo the truth. So the only way out is to accept the truth and deny the illusion, which is the other awareness, false awareness, the separate self. And so what he's saying here, he's saying focus on conflict, because you can focus on the conflict, which is the manifestation of the idea of separation, and you undo that in your mind, then you undo the idea of separation. See, so by undoing the effects, you also undo the cause. You deny the effects of conflict, you must also then be denying the cause of the conflict, which is the separate self. And that's really the methodology of this radical forgiveness. So the conflict from that point of view is useful. See? So the conflict reinterpreted by the Holy Spirit is the opportunity to let go of the ego, which is the cause of the conflict. Without those conflicts coming up in our lives, then we don't get the opportunities to forgive and to undo the ego's thought system. So they're useful for the Holy Spirit if they're correctly perceived. So then you should welcome it. Say, okay, bring it on, bring it all up, bring it all on, whatever conflict I need to experience, because that's how I'm going to awaken. It's the quickest way to awaken. If I can forgive the person who I'm so much in conflict with, then the ego is undone. So extreme situations like Yeshua's crucifixion or Viktor Frankl in a concentration camp, these are extreme examples. But in those situations, when they did forgive and they let go of the apparent conflict, there's a huge shift and a huge healing that happens in the mind, because you face the ego at its worst and you face the conflict and you've gone, but I deny it, it's not true. even when I'm on the cross, having been beaten and abused and now, nailed to a cross, I can still remember the truth that conflict is not true and real, even though I've seemed to have physically experienced a lot of it for the last 24 hours. So that was the teaching, master teaching forgiveness.
So it's not a choice. So it's not like that you choose. It's not like you choose the truth and then all the illusions go. You have to consistently keep seeing the illusions and deny them. Is that there must come a point where you just see it all as it is and you go, oh, well, it all falls down like a house of cards.
Yeah, well, that would be the enlightened state. But, in practice, practice makes perfect. You see, and then you correct, and then another illusion comes up and you correct that. And, you're just getting systematically and progressively better at seeing the illusions. And then, you've had the mystic experiences will come along and you might have, a time where you just kind of get it. And there's a deep awareness of oneness. And then you kind of go back a little bit into the ego and separation comes back in, but then you correct it. And, so in practice, that's really what it involves. It's a continuous practice. It requires a lot of discipline. You've got to just keep correcting your mind, keep on this track, all the time. The one-time enlightenment, it has happened to some people, but it's very unusual. It's just, you suddenly just wake up and get it and you're fully enlightened, and then, there's no more belief in separation. As far as I know, it happened to Romano and he really got it, but that was probably the result of many lifetimes. He was probably pretty advanced when he came in, and he had to have one more lesson, which was to deal with the fear of death. And because he'd done a lot of work in previous lifetimes. People like Eckhart Tolle and Byron Katie, they, supposedly woke up instantly. But then there would have been integration work to do. There would have been, there's more, they would have had to understand what happened. And are they fully enlightened? Well, that's questionable. So I've heard both of them say things that are dualistic. So, possibly not. They certainly had it would be called a satori. In the East, they call it, in Japanese, they call it satori. It's a moment of awakening of insight where you just kind of penetrate through the veil and you see deeper, you see the truth. But that satori, it doesn't mean that all the ego is gone. It means you penetrated through and you saw, but there might still be quite a lot of residual elements. And so what Yesh was giving us here is a detailed, disciplined mind training program saying, well, you just keep doing this, right? Persistence will prevail when all else fails. Just keep training your mind, keep correcting. When a conflict comes up, let it go in this way, because by denying the conflict, you're denying the source of the conflict. And if you keep doing that systematically and progressively for years and years, you will undo your ego. It's inevitable. So this is a path for those, you need a bit of staying power and persistence and discipline, because it requires that ongoing. Saying vigilance is required. As long as you're in the domain of the ego, which is the false self and the false thought. Of course, you're going to get apparent conflicts all the time showing up. So you must remember the truth. Let go of the conflicts, and as you let go of the conflict, you let go of the separate self that sponsors all the conflicts. That's the methodology. And that's why we need the world. We need the forgiveness lessons the world gives us. Because if we didn't have those, how would we ever get rid of the conflict? It's buried. It's so buried in our mind that we need the conflict manifest to come up in order to become aware of it. And then now we're aware of it, we can let it go. Otherwise, it remains buried in our subconscious, and we're not even aware of it. We just kind of gloss over it, and we carry on our lives. So if you get a difficult challenge, you get conflict in your life, welcome it, because it's an opportunity to undo some more of the ego. And that's the only correct interpretation of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good.
So if you want to read those statements for us, right? Adding some related thoughts. These are some of the thoughts he recommends using.
I'm at peace. Nothing can disturb me. My awareness is pure formless awareness of perfect love. My awareness and perfect love's awareness are one. Pure formless awareness of perfect love wills peace for its extension.
Oh,
Will.
there's a name. And so if any conflict thoughts come up, he's saying, tell yourself this. Hi, Elaine. Welcome.
Oh, hi. Hi.
Hiya.
We're just in the lesson, paragraph 3. So if you want to read that last statement, pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness. These conflict thoughts are meaningless.
So you see what you're doing. You're using the conflict now, and you're denying it, and acknowledging the truth about yourself instead. And the bigger the conflict is, the more the lesson. If it's a really deep-seated, long-standing conflict, and you get this, then you've undone a lot of the ego, belief in a separate self that actually wants the conflict. You have to recognize that there's a part of you that likes to be in conflict. So that needs to be exposed. Huh?
I'm sure there's not. No, peace all the way.
Peace all the way. Well, maybe not now, but if you look at your past, it keeps the ego in business, doesn't it? Conflict is what keeps it going. So as long as you indulge in the conflict and you perpetuate it in your mind, then you're actually saying, I choose my separate self. That's what you're saying. Doesn't seem to be that, but that's why the ego is so cunning, because you're choosing it without knowing you're choosing it. So you hold a grievance, you get angry, you feel the separation, you want to attack someone mentally, verbally. It's all just designed to perpetuate the illusion of your separate self. That's all it's doing. So with this kind of awareness, this shining light of your true awareness, if you recognize that in the moment, then it just stops it. It stops the ego in its tracks. You go, what am I doing? That's just stupid. This is just perpetuating my separate self, which doesn't really exist. And it's so miserable. It's so unhappy. This is the self behind all pain, suffering, sickness, and death. Is this really what I want to do? No. But in the heat of the moment, it requires a lot of awareness to stay there and not get sucked in, which is why we practice with these lessons. Okay. So Christine, if you want to read number 4, there's one conflict area.
If there is one conflict area that seems particularly difficult to resolve, single it out for special consideration. Think about it briefly, but very specifically identify the particular person or persons and the situation or situations involved, and tell yourself, there is no will but God's. I share it with him. My conflicts about so-and-so cannot be real.
And read the alternative.
It's not the same. Oh, no. There is one. Okay. 3.
Yeah.
Pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness. I share this awareness with it. Therefore, my conflicts about whatever cannot be real.
So you see what you're doing. You're bringing the truth in and just correcting the idea that conflict is even possible. And the ego is going to go, yeah, right. And it won't want you to understand this. But that's why it's saying just keep repeating it, because you're stating a simple truth that ends all conflict. if there is only one awareness, and that really is the truth, then no conflict is possible,
Mm.
and the ego is out of business.
Mm.
And so you're applying the truth in the illusory situations that are caused by the ego. And so by denying the conflict, which is the manifestation of the separate self, you also deny the separate self. That's the methodology. Okay. Any questions on that? Maybe can just summarize what he's saying here. So do you want to summarize that for us?
It's all over the place.
Summarize number 4. No, not number 4 there.
Mm.
What's he saying?
Mm. Think about the conflict or whatever is difficult to resolve and really look at it, specifically identify the person, situation, and say to yourself, go from this awareness of perfect love is my only awareness. I share this awareness with it. Therefore, my conflicts about so and so cannot be real.
So it's bringing the whole situation to the truth, isn't it? Saying, so remember, in the depths of your conflict, go back here. Remember to say that and bring in the truth. We look at this diagram here. Back to our favorite diagram. You see what you're doing here to demonstrate. So you're having a conflict. You're in the ego's thought system, accusation, blame, attack, and so on. But you bring in this blue arrow is the Holy Spirit interpreting it for you and saying, but remember that the conflict is just a manifestation of your separate self. The real conflict is actually between God, love, oneness, pure formless awareness, and this idea of a separate self that you cherish. That's the real conflict. So remember what's really happening, reinterpret it, go into this awareness by remembering it, using the lesson, and then naturally you come back in and you perceive, once you've had a taste of that awareness, you're going to perceive it differently. The conflict, the accusation, blame, attack, complaint, whatever it is, yeah, it just ceases to become relevant and able to pull you in, suck you into all the thoughts and emotions around it, because you've gone here and you've recognized the truth that undoes it. And so that's the simple methodology of the course. He's saying just keep doing that. So that's why it's a double-edged arrow. You go here, you remind yourself of pure formless awareness, you have an experience of that, and then naturally going the other way, the arrow, the Holy Spirit is able to help you perceive the situation on the level of form differently. So that is transformed because you've gone into this higher awareness. And that's the Holy Spirit's function, is to do that reinterpretation. So as you're translating the one reality of the ego based on separation and accusation, blame and attack into the other, which is just pure formless awareness of perfect love that is beyond all conflict. And you do that in each situation. And that's really the only way you're going to undo it. You could sit and go, yeah, metaphysically I understand, but actually the practicality of it is, well, when you have the conflict and the ego is involved and it's coming up in that insidious way, that's when you need to deny it. And when you deny it in that way, when it seems to have be activated and its thoughts and emotions are quite strong, then you are undoing it. But you need those tests in order to undo it. Otherwise, it just remains buried in your subconscious. And you can say all you like, oh, well, I only believe in oneness. But then, someone does something you don't like, you get triggered, and then you see that you really actually still believe in the ego. That's the way you get tested.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that then it's humbling. You go, okay, well, I obviously still must believe in it because I'm still having conflict, but at least I recognize it. So back to the drawing board, just apply the lesson and let it go. Just keep letting it go until it's all gone. And that might take many years to let go of all your conflicts, all your judgments. But what else are you going to do? You can either go, okay, yes, the conflict's real and I can get upset by it, or I can let it go and I can find peace. So it's actually a very simple choice in the moment, apart from the fact that there's ultimate reality, and you want to transcend this entire world, as shown here. You want to go into this. But even if you didn't really accept that, just in the moment, well, I can choose to be peaceful, or I can choose to be upset. That's the choice. So which do I prefer? So whichever way you look at it, from a very present, well, I could be upset now for the next hour, or I could choose to let it go and be at peace. That decision will be the Holy Spirit's. Or you could say, well, actually from a bigger picture, I want to escape the whole dream. So yes, I want to escape the whole dream. So this is a miniature version of that escape. I'm escaping into pure formless awareness right now when I do this kind of mind correction. Whichever way you approach it, the outcome is going to be the same. You must let it go. Okay. Any questions about that? Elaine, you kind of jumped in, so I hope you kind of getting the lesson. Any questions about this lesson?
No, you've made that very clear. Yeah.
Okay.
Judgments, just choose. Yeah.
All right. So this is interesting. I think read this, although it's part of the meditation. It might be relevant because it might be happening to you sometimes in your meditation. So if you can read that for us, Elaine, number 5.
Yeah. After you've cleared your mind in this way, close your eyes and try to experience the peace to which your reality entitles you. Sink into it and feel it closing around you. There may be some temptation to mistake these attempts for withdrawal, but the difference is easily detected. If you are succeeding, you will feel a deep sense of joy and increased alertness, rather than feeling of drowsiness and innovation.
So innovation means weakness.
Yeah.
Innovation. We could actually translate that. I didn't translate because there wasn't much to translate, but I'm just seeing. Certainly reality could be changed. So that could be a capital to which your reality. So we'll make that a capital R. So has anyone experienced anything like this? Kind of slipping away, mistake these attempts for withdrawal, but the difference is easily detected. You understand what he's talking about?
Yeah. Well, I'm finding that it's when I am triggered, I don't linger on it as much or as long. It's shortened, but I still could do better.
Yeah, it's a work in progress.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Have you felt the difference between this? So if you're doing a meditation and you're kind of slipping off into a sleep state, you're feeling drowsy, enervated, then you're not really getting it. This is what he's talking about.
I see, yes.
And it's actually saying it's a withdrawal. It's actually a defense against the truth.
Yeah.
If you're really succeeding, you go deeper, but there's not a feeling of drowsiness or innovation. It's actually you're going into your true awareness, and there's clarity there, a lot of peace, there's clarity. So it's actually a feeling of kind of vibrantly alive peace or joy.
There you go.
Tony described joy as vibrantly alive peace. This vibrantly alive peace And you actually feel quite alert. It feels quite energizing rather than a feeling of drowsiness and innovation. So just be aware of that in your meditations. If you're slipping off into drowsiness and innovation, try and come back into a more of an alert kind of peace, very peaceful, but you're still aware. You're not slipping into sleep. Okay, so any thoughts on that? Sally, any thoughts on that one? Thought you might have some comments.
I don't know. I'm just feeling really, really peaceful at the moment. It's lift out and in the oneness. So it's difficult to focus.
So if you're feeling that way, you feeling drowsy and innovated, or is there a deep sense of joy and increased alertness?
Yeah, just really peaceful, joyful. Am I alert? I don't know. I suppose I'm awake.
So you're not feeling sleepy or tired. It's just like there's an inner awareness, and that's there. That's not innovating. It's not like you're falling asleep and tuning out.
I've seen a lot of clients when I've done meditations where they fall asleep in the meditation. They fall asleep as soon as you start meditating. They wake up at the end, and it does feel like an avoidance.
And that's what he's talking about. Withdrawal, because the ego doesn't actually want to be conscious. So it's one of its best defenses is to slip into sleep and go, oh, I'm too tired to do it. So he's saying, well, be aware of that, because it's just another ego defense to stop you accepting of true reality. When you really get this, if you really go into deeper awareness, there is a feeling of joy. Joy is kind of vibrantly alive peace. So it's actually quite energizing. And there's actually an alertness there. Although you might be deeply peaceful, the clarity, your mind is so clear. You're not foggy. The mind is very clear. That's right, because pure formless awareness is absolute clarity. And you don't need to go to sleep. You don't need to deny anything. You just clear, simple, pure formless awareness without thought. It doesn't need to be clouded by thought. So you're just in that state of awareness. And then if something comes in and thought is needed, you can think, but not uselessly. There's no point in thinking if you don't need to. So thought becomes very minimalist.
It doesn't feel like there's a desire to think. Like a slight, just like, no, I just want to stay in this feeling, this oneness.
Yeah, so you start to choose that reality over the reality the ego offers you. And that's the end of conflict. You go into oneness, you go into peace. Well, there's no conflict there with anyone. It just is what it is. And you are one with it. In that moment, you feel the oneness. You are that awareness. And that's all this is about. It's so simple. You are that awareness. Simple. End of. There is no other awareness. That's why today's lesson is. It's almost laughably simple. Yeah, there is no other awareness. But he needs to point it out to us because we think there is another awareness. So to the blind and the confused, you must give these very simple lessons in truth, which are completely obvious once you started becoming aware of the truth, but they're not obvious when you're confused. Okie dokes. So moving on to the next one. Joy characterizes peace.
I do it.
Yeah, and I want to read that one. So joy characterizes peace.
Joy characterizes peace. By this experience, you'll recognize that you have reached it. You will recognize that you have reached peace through the extent of your joy. You
Yeah,
feel
so it's a useful kind of check. Okay, so how joyful am I? How joyful am I feeling? And if you slip into withdrawal, so you're going into that sleep state, it's really the ego trying to deny you your joy, because you're not going to experience joy in that sleep state. The ego is literally trying to put you to sleep rather than experience the awake, alive feeling of peace and joy.
If you feel yourself slipping off into withdrawal, quickly repeat the idea for the day and try again. Do this as often as necessary. There is definite gain in refusing to allow retreat into withdrawal. And even if you do not experience the peace you seek, even if you do not experience the peace.
So don't allow yourself to slip off and go, oh, I'm so tired. Because this is one of the ego's primary defense mechanisms. I'm so tired, so I can't do that. So it's interesting because people can feel very tired when they're doing some kind of spiritual practice, and then they stop and suddenly they're fine. You've seen that,
Yeah.
maybe in yourself. Suddenly they're fine. Oh, I'm actually okay. I wasn't really tired. I got a second wind. Because the ego it's a defense mechanism. It doesn't want you to understand this. So its best defense is to put you to sleep. This is what he's talking about, the innovation, the withdrawal, so that you don't experience the peace and the joy. Because if you experience it, you start going, wow, what's that? That's pretty awesome. Well, I want more of that. And so that's going to motivate you to carry on undoing it. So instead, it'll put you to sleep. And then once you're back in your kind of normal state of consciousness, and you're making a cup of tea or a meal, or you're just chilling out, talking or watching TV or whatever, you're okay. Because that's not threatening to it. Now you're just identifying with the normal rather than going into something that's transcendent. So be aware of that, and just kind of be willing to push through it and say, okay, well, I'll just persevere. One of the ways, that we do that in this mind training that this After Letting Go course and the Course in Miracles proposes, is to do these live calls and stay on and don't fall asleep. And don't go, oh, I'm too tired to do it, because you're not actually. You can do it if you're willing. I've had times, I remember once last year with Iona, and she was like, no, I'm too tired. I said, just persevere, just push through. And she did, to her credit, and we did another hour or something. And then she was like, wow, that was actually amazing. Because I realized it was just my ego telling me I was tired to stop me doing it. But actually, when I could just clear that, then I was okay. I got a second wind, and I could focus. So be aware of that. So it's just another ego defense. Okay, and then just goes into the shorter practice periods. The formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness, and I experience its peace today. So these are just very powerful affirmations of the truth that remind us of the simple truth. There's only one awareness, and it's our awareness. And what could be simpler? It's so simple, and yet the simple truth has been denied so much that we've forgotten it. We need this, very simple course to just teach us the truth again, remind us of the simple truth that there's only one awareness, and it's our awareness. We are it is us, and there's nothing else. It's kind of strange that we have to exert so much effort to learn such a simple truth, isn't it?
It's breaking the habit.
Yeah, it's because it's such a simple idea, but we've gone so far away from it. We're so far down the rabbit hole of separation that Yeshua knows it's going to take a lot of mind training to just accept that simple truth and undo all the illusions we filled our mind with, and get out of the trap of the separate self, which has now projected itself out into the world and now seemingly manifests something as real that keeps triggering us to go back into the conflict, which perpetuates the separate self. So we're really deeply immersed in this crazy thought system that just seems to prove that the ego is real. And so this is why we need the mind training. And him to point out the obvious. It's like, well, I'm just pointing out the absolutely obvious, but he needs to do that because it's not obvious to us in our separated state. Because who tells you this? Who teaches you? Oh, there's only one awareness, and you are that awareness. They didn't teach you that at school. They didn't even get close to teaching you that. They didn't even approach the subject of, well, what are you? What's your consciousness? Now, where did that come from? They don't even go there. It's astonishing that you have an education system. You have 12 years at least in school, and then, higher education, another few years sometimes. And you don't broach that subject once. It's incredible. How can how can we be so blind? But, that's the ego. So it gets us to focus on form and on learning the facts without really considering, well, what is actually learning? Who am I? What is the perceiver here? Who is the learner? And why am I mean, this is the question. Why am I even learning this? Why am I learning a whole lot of facts if they're all illusory? Why am I even bothering if it's all illusory? I'm going to have to undo it all in my mind. So the reason why the ego doesn't do that is because it would actually deconstruct its entire system of education. You go, well, why are we even bothering to teach kids all this crazy stuff when it doesn't even matter? Why don't we teach them about awareness? Why don't we teach them about meditation? Why don't we teach them to go deeply into themselves and listen to their heart and listen to that voice and let that guide them through life? Why don't we teach them that? That would be a lot. And maybe they need some basic, mathematics and reading and writing. Useful, but do you need to know all this rubbish they fill your mind with? Remember all the facts. Remember, you probably don't remember them now. All these facts that you learn, and then what have you done with it? So it's like, what was the point of all of that? Filling your mind with a whole lot of facts that when you don't need to know them, you're just going to forget them. So much time, apparently wasted. But in the end, it brings you here. So you can read and you can write, you can comprehend. So now you can, be prepared for a teaching like this, which is going to use those skills to undo the ego. Okay, so any other comments or questions about this lesson? It's a really simple one, but it's profound. It's so deep. Simple, but it's so deep. In my final comment on it. Christine, any other thoughts you want to share on it? Questions?
No, I'm just hoping I can remember this. I am that I am, and the letting go.
Yeah, you can. It's a practice. Just keep practicing. When you do the lessons, then you remember. So he's given us the lessons because that's how you remember, practically speaking. So the more you can remember the lesson of the day, the more you're reminding yourself of that truth, the more present you'll be to that. And then when you do need to let go of something, you're in that. You're in that awareness. So that's why it says, try and remind yourself of it every hour.
Mm.
Even if it's just for a few seconds. Bring the idea to mind, bring it up into awareness, okay, and then, okay, carry on with my day. We can all do it, but we forget. Because the ego forgets. So see, you've got reminders on your phone. You can set a reminder every hour. Okay. Set a reminder just to do a minute. That's all it takes.
I did it for the first quarter of the morning this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And then I haven't done it since about 11 o'clock.
Why? So busy.
Just
Forgot. And the reminders on your phone?
No, I haven't put the reminders on my phone.
So put a reminder, because then it's like, okay. So all you got to do is then, okay, just whatever I'm doing, could be sitting down, driving, walking, just remind yourself of the idea. So just interrupt the pattern of the ego's thoughts. In that moment, you bring in another idea, you see. So that's why the methodology is saying do it frequently. because you're interrupting the pattern of the ego.
Until the conflict arises and then you forget.
But if you keep interrupting the pattern, then you don't forget. If you've just done a lesson and you get triggered, then you're like, oh, actually, no, I won't forget.
I hope so.
Yeah,
I hope so.
you won't, because you got the lesson and you use the lesson in that moment of temptation to undo it. That's why it gives us the daily lessons. So, how do you undo the ego ultimately? Well, practice, 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 like anything else. It's a practice. It takes a lot of practice. You want to master any skill, become a master of that. They say 10,000 hours. So why do we think that enlightenment is going to be easier? It's the ultimate human accomplishment. So practice, 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 hours and hours and hours and hours.
It's important.
And what else are you going to do with your life? You can either don't practice and just live unconsciously, or do practice and live consciously and much more peacefully. It seems to be a no-brainer, really. Why would you choose the other way? And it doesn't actually take that any more time. I mean, these ideas are just ideas. You can just bring it to mind and you can go, okay, what I'm going to do is remember it. And that changes my perception. It changes my state. Okay, how difficult was that? It's just an idea to think about for even if you just do it for a few seconds, that's better than nothing. Ideally, you're retired. Well, why couldn't you do a 3-minute breath break every hour? You could just sit here, you go, okay, do the breath break. And then it's a little 3-minute mini meditation that just punctuates your day. So, okay, so I've really gone quite deeply in that 3 minutes into the Holy Spirit's thought system, and I've interrupted the ego's pattern, and then I continue. There we are, do it again. And so you just keep interrupting the ego's pattern. And if you keep doing that, days, weeks, you reprogram it. You have to. So that's his methodology. So practice, practice, practice. And that's why it gives us the shorter practice periods. And I think most people don't do them, which means their progress isn't nearly as fast as they could. When you do it, because it's every hour, you're just reminding yourself. So you become much more vigilant of the ego, much more like on point, so that you can't be swayed so easily. And if you keep doing that, the time will come when a challenge comes in and you just automatically go, I use my lesson, because it's just second nature. That's what I do all the time. So I use the lesson, I undo the ego in the moment. It doesn't really get any traction, and done. And then you're like, well, that's so simple. Why can't I could always do that, whatever the seeming challenge is.
I felt quite inspired. I felt quite inspired by Samuel, that was on yesterday, because he said the other day that if he did the I was going to say breath breaks. He doesn't call them breath breaks, does he? If he does the lesson as often as it meant to be done, he feels amazing at the end of the day. So I thought, okay, I'm really going to have to get back to really doing them. And I think I've done most of today.
Yeah, and it's a discipline. And people go, well, that's a bit of a fag. And like, why am I doing that? Because it's better things to do with my time. But are there really better things to do with your time? What else are you going to be doing? Then you're spending 3 minutes of every hour undoing the ego, which is your only problem in life. I mean, surely that's a good use of your time. And even if you're working and you're busy with worldly activities, you can do it. 3 minutes in an hour. Just stop, pause, take. And in fact, they say in work mode, you're more effective if you pause every, say, 45 minutes to an hour, and you take a 5 to 10 minute break. That's a more effective way of working than just going, always on. So you could just say, okay, well, I'm taking my break, which is actually, from a productive point of view, what the experts recommend, and I'll just do the breath break. Very simple. But there's a resistance to doing it. And that's what we've got to see. Okay, but I'm actually resistant to do it. I could do it, but something's stopping me, because the ego knows that if you do that regularly, it is going to be undone. It's inevitable. So then what it says to you is, no, you're too busy. You're going to do other things. Too busy to do that. So just be aware of that defense mechanism, and the way you overcome it is willingness. So no, I'm willing to, I'm willing to do it every hour. Sometimes he says several times an hour. But if you can manage once an hour, you're doing pretty well. And that's why I've sent you the recording. So okay, all I've got to do is tap the play button wherever I am, listen, go through the process for the 2-3 minutes, and then I'm done. And then I carry on. You don't have to do more than that. So, okay, I've done it. It's gone in, programmed in, carry on with my day. Next hour comes, okay, I'll do it for another 2-3 minutes. And then, then you really are accelerating your spiritual progress, no doubt. Because every hour you're reminding yourself of this truth. You're not going for long periods where you forget. Okay, so any other comments on the lesson, questions? Otherwise, we could do a meditation on it.
Yeah.
Should we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get some recording going. Right. Yeah. All right, so just making yourself comfortable. Sitting in your favorite meditation posture, feet shoulder width apart. Back straight, cup your hands in your lap, or have your hands palms facing upwards on your thighs. Close your eyes. And start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose. Feel like the stomach is blowing up. Breathing into the belly button, it feels like you clench your sphincter muscle to lock the energy in, draw the energy up your spine into your heart center, and draw it up into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. And so now just check in and scan your mind. So if there's any conflict area in your life, just bring it to mind. Notice the thoughts, the emotions, body sensations, maybe unpleasant sensation somewhere. It can be a kind of knot in your stomach, block in your chest, butterflies, dry mouth, sweaty palms. Extreme nausea, panic attacks can come just from our thoughts. So wherever you're on that spectrum, just notice, breathe in again. So you're breathing in this pure formless awareness of perfect love, the light that dissipates this darkness. Breathe it into every pore, every cell, muscle in your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is infused with the light of your source. You invite this light, this awareness really to come in. So this awareness is just with you. And in this awareness, I'm going to just consider today's idea. So just repeat today's idea. So there is no will but God's, or there is no will but pure formless awareness of perfect love. I cannot be in conflict. Spend several minutes in adding related thoughts. So you probably want to exhale now, just blow out any conflict ideas, thoughts, emotions. Release them with the breeze of your breath. It helps you imagine they're like dark clouds being blown away by the breeze of your breath into the nothingness they really are. They're going, gone. All the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And as you slip into a nice, deep, slow, rhythmical pattern of the breath, say to yourself, I am at peace. I'm at peace, nothing can disturb me. My awareness is pure, formless awareness of perfect love. There's no other awareness. So my awareness and perfect love's awareness are one. Say these things to yourself in your own mind, in the first person. It's affirmations of the truth. Your formless awareness of perfect love wills peace for its extension. Be sure to deal quickly with any conflict thoughts that may cross your mind. So if a situation comes up, conflict related to a particular situation, usually with a person or people involved, tell yourself immediately. Breathe in on this, say, pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness. So these conflict thoughts are meaningless, seem to contradict this awareness. But no contradiction to the truth is really possible. These conflict thoughts are meaningless. And you might want to just blow them out. Like dark clouds or black smoke, just leaving you. You recognize that they are just thoughts held in your mind, in your body, in your energy system. Blow it all out, and it will go to the nothingness that it really is. And rest in the deep peace that comes beyond the conflict thoughts. One conflict area seems particularly difficult to resolve. And just single it out for special consideration. So think about it briefly, but very specifically identify the particular person or persons, situation or situations involved, and tell yourself, there is no will but God's. I share it with Him, or translated, pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness. So this pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness. I share this awareness with it. So I only have one awareness, and this is all it is. It's right here, right now. So therefore, my conflicts about whoever or whatever it is cannot be real. Tell yourself that very firmly. You need to put the ego in its place here. Its place is actually not in your mind. It has no place in the sane mind of the Holy Son of God. After you've cleared your mind in this way, close your eyes, stay open, and try to experience the peace to which your reality entitles you. Just sink into it. Feel it closing around you. Just breathing in and out through your nose. Observe the breath, and that creates some spacious awareness. With each breath, you just sink a little bit deeper into reality, the capital R. Sink into it and feel it closing around you. There may be some temptation to mistake these attempts for withdrawal, but the difference is easily detected. If you're succeeding, you'll feel a deep sense of joy and increased alertness rather than a feeling of drowsiness and innovation. So access that joy. Try not to slip away into drowsiness and innovation. Just stay alert to the deep peace and joy that are yours, that you can experience right now. This is the undoing of everything that you believed in, all false ideas and concepts, self-concepts, and the projections of them, the entire world. All of it can be undone right here, right now, in the moment of peace and joy. So experience that. Don't slip away into drowsiness and innovation. Just allow yourself to experience this deep peace and joy. For a couple of minutes of deep silence. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do. Nothing else you'd want to do. What could be more important, more significant, more pleasurable than just sitting quietly and experiencing the deep peace and joy that are yours. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just experience the deep peace and joy you seek. Going into the depths of your being, to the oneness, pure formless awareness of perfect love that you are. Your formless awareness of perfect love is your awareness. And there is no other awareness. Just accept that simple truth now. And surrender to the peace and the joy that are your natural state and right. Fully, completely, wholly experience them for the next couple of minutes of deep silence. Any thoughts arise that seem to disturb this deep peace, you feel like slipping off into innovation and drowsiness. Just remind yourself that there is no will but God's, there is no awareness but pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness. So I experience its peace and joy right now. Is that thoughts and the breath help you let go of whatever distracting, disturbing thoughts are there. Blow them away. The breeze of your breath. Expelling them all out. And sinking inwards, deeper and deeper with each breath into this deep peace and joy, which Eckhart Tolle described as vibrantly alive peace. It's awake, it's alert, it's vibrantly alive. So experience this for a few minutes. Allow yourself to feel this deep peace and joy. Following a couple of minutes of deep silence. So just gently bring back now. Bring your awareness back from this deep place, peace and joy. Gently on the count of 3 into just all the breath, the body, the world. Ease yourself back into this reality. So 1, just breathing in. You notice the breath again. Maybe for a while there you just slipped into this deep awareness. You weren't even aware of the breath. So notice that again. Notice the stomach rising, the chest rising. And clench your sphincter muscle. To lock the energy in. Feel this subtle clenching, the spine. There's a warm tingling feeling of energy running up the spine into your heart center. Kundalini energy, it's been called in the Eastern traditions. Notice that. Breathe it in, draw it all the way up into the crown of your head. Pause at the top of the inhale. So scan your mind again. Notice any thoughts, emotions, body sensations, any conflict. Single out any conflict thoughts still in your mind, conflict with anyone or anything. A conflict can be with the weather, conflict with anything that you're dissatisfied with, you have an expectation is not being met. That's in a conflict. So anything like that, notice it. Mind yourself. There is no will but God's. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness. I share this awareness with it. Therefore, my conflicts about whoever or whatever it is cannot be real. And exhale, just blow them out. Notice how the air flows out of your mouth, the chest and the stomach suck back in. Stomach into the groin. Expel the last remaining air out. So on the count of 2, notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair and your feet touching the ground. Notice what you're feeling. Your hands and touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, or smell in your nose. Notice that as you breathe in. Notice what you're hearing. Notice all these things from this very still, calm, surrendered state. So no judgment, just a deep peace and joy. So even though you're coming back into sense perceptions, that peace and that joy stay with you wherever you go. So it is said and so it is done. You carry these with you the rest of the session, the rest of the evening. And use today's lesson to just correct your mind. Wanders away from this deep peace and joy, then you correct it using today's lesson. You remind yourself that pure formless awareness of perfect love is my only awareness. I share this awareness with it. So it is. So on the count of 3, open your eyes. Just take a minute to look around, to ground yourself back in. So notice what you're seeing in the room around you. Notice all the objects, isn't it? There's just maybe another deeper awareness. So you notice object for a second or 2, then move on with something else. And okay, it's something else. And recognize that it's the same awareness underlying all of your perceptions. Just one singular awareness. Just the message of this lesson: pure formless awareness, the perfect love is my only awareness. That's always there, underlying all of your sense perceptions. It's the foundation of your mind. It's that which cannot be undone. So why not just embrace it, surrender to it, allow that awareness to be primary in your life. Has been in the background, come into the foreground, and let it direct your thoughts, words, and your actions, resolve all conflicts, and bring peace and joy to you. So I hope that meditation's done that. That's the end of the meditation and the first part of tonight's session. We've done the lesson, and I'll quote. So invite you to stay if you want. We've got some text to do. It's not a particularly long section, but it's 6 shortish paragraphs, which we can dive into, and done some of the translation already. So yeah, if you're all up for it, should we take a 2-minute break? 2-minute break, just get some tea, go to the toilet. I know John and Elaine just came in, so you can just wait 2 minutes, and then we'll start with the text. How does that sound?
Yes.
Okay. Let's boil the kettle, and we'll find out shortly. Like a cup of tea, Christine?
No, I think I'll eat that mango. If you want some, I'll share it with you.
I have a piece of tea. You have less. Mute.
But, you know, she's got my claw. Yes.
No.
And that group,
No.
that group is very much academia, and they're not into even in religion and
Hmm.
God stuff.
Hmm.
That's just my innate feeling. And it's a kind of fear thing which overpowering for me to deal with them,
Hmm.
because underlying it is the resistance. I don't like.
Hmm. Okay. So
One of the conflict areas maybe I need to look at.
hmm.
What is allowing to be him, but you know, he sees them and then he has an effect on Steve.
Hmm.
And all the work that I do with Steve is pointless.
Okay. So John, you there?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay. Shall we dive into the text then?
Yep.
All right. So this one is section 2 of chapter 10, called The Decision to Forget. And it's 6 paragraphs. It's not that long, and they're quite short. So we'll see how we do. Maybe we can do it in a couple of hours.
Yeah.
We want to start with
Yeah.
number 1.
Unless you first know something, you cannot dissociate it. Knowledge must precede dissociation, so that dissociation is nothing more than a decision to forget. Alternatively,
It's going to be the same, yeah. The only thing that changes, I think, is truth, capital T versus small t, but otherwise it's the same.
yeah. What has been forgotten then appears to be fearful, but only because the dissociation is an attack on truth. What has been forgotten then appears to be fearful. But why would it be fearful?
Mm-hmm.
But only
Dissociation is
because,
an attack on truth.
the dissociation is an attack on truth. So the dissociation is an attempt to get rid of to change the truth.
There's a decision to forget. So decision, remember, it comes from the root word decadere, which means to cut away. So we've decided to cut away or forget the truth, which is knowledge, which preceded dissociation. What has been forgotten appears to be fearful, but only because the dissociation is an attack on truth.
What has
So we're
been
now actually attacking, by dissociating, we're attacking our true self. And then we fear that which we dissociate. We fear that which we set up a strange situation where we're actually attacking our true awareness.
And we feel fearful because are we feeling fearful because of guilt?
Yeah, so all fear arises from the idea that we really have dissociated. We really have actually destroyed this awareness. So we've destroyed this awareness. We're guilty of this terrible crime of destroying pure formless awareness of perfect love, and now we fear that we'll be punished. And then we imagine that there's some kind of an entity we might call God, that's this fearful, wrathful, vengeful God that's going to punish us. But it makes no sense because we've just destroyed it. If you really believe you've destroyed God, then what would punish you?
True. Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense, does it? Okay, well, if you've really actually pulled it off, as the ego wants you to believe, then why are you fearing punishment by this God that you've destroyed?
Yeah.
Does that make any sense?
No.
Because you've destroyed it. So of course it doesn't make any sense. It's irrational. But there's this deep-seated fear going on in the mind. It's not rational at all. Hi, Elaine. Welcome
Hi.
back. You just
Sorry,
started the
it's
text.
yeah, the internet's coming and going, so I do apologize.
Okay. Well, we just started the text.
Okay,
Paragraph 1. We're doing section 2 of chapter 10, called the
okay.
decision to create. So just talked about dissociation, and then John's asked, well, why do we fear when we dissociate? What has been forgotten then appears to be fearful, but only because the dissociation is an attack on truth. So when we dissociate, we're denying our true reality, and we must believe that we've actually destroyed it. So the destruction of our self, our true self, then leads to the guilt, which leads to fear. Now we have a false expectation of punishment appearing real. We think we're going to be punished by some imaginary God. So we invent a fearful, wrathful God that's outside of ourselves. Doesn't make any sense, of course, because we've actually supposedly destroyed God. The ego's telling us. But then one step down the line, it's saying, well, actually, God has come back with a vengeance and is now going to destroy you for your apparent sin. None of which makes any sense. But then the ego doesn't make sense, so don't expect it to make sense. Just understand, the origin of these ideas and emotions like fear.
But if the ego thinks it's destroyed God, why would it then get the idea that it's guilty?
Well, because it knows that this is reality. It knows that this is ultimate reality. That there's something that's beyond it. That's pure, holy. I mean, this is all beyond words, but that is ultimate truth. And now it feels guilty for having destroyed that, even though it can't really destroy it. It's not really possible to destroy the truth, but it feels that it has. So you see the dilemma. As soon as you believe in an individual self, you have to deny oneness, because you can't be an individual separate entity and also accept perfect oneness. So inherent in the ego's identity and self-concept is the destruction of truth, which then inevitably it feels guilty for. Does that make sense? It's not rational.
Yeah.
I mean, guilt isn't really justified because you didn't destroy anything. Your awareness is still the same awareness. You can't destroy what's eternal. But the ego believes it has. That's the problem. The belief that you think that you have is the whole problem.
Yeah.
That belief leads to all kinds of compensatory beliefs. So you believe you've really pulled it off and you've really destroyed God and you really have an individual identity, then guilt and sin are inevitable, and the fear of false expectation, punishment appearing real also appears to be inevitable. As does the concept of a fearful, wrathful God, as does the projection of the guilt outwards, which then seeks to it's this ego's coping strategy to offload the guilt onto someone else. So then you have a whole lot of accusation, blame, and attack going on, and you live in a world of conflict. We just had a lesson on conflict, why conflict's an illusion. Once you go down the ladder, it's inevitable that these things will happen, even though they don't make any sense. So remember, none of it's logical. None of it really, like, why does the ego suffer guilt then? Well, why indeed? Nothing's really happened. Nothing's actually been done. But in its deluded mind, it thinks that it has done this terrible thing. It's actually destroyed this pure formless awareness of perfect love, the very essence of life itself, and it feels guilty for that. So the very fundamental core of its existence is guilt, which then demands fear, and it demands punishment, and it demands a world of accusation, blame, and attack, and conflict, and hatred, and a world of victims and persecutors, because that's what the ego wants. That keeps it going. So that's why conflict, just had a discussion like conflict is essential to perpetuate the ego's thought system. Without the conflict, there would just be pure formless awareness of perfect love, one singular awareness, and there would be no separation, no separate identity. Okay, let's go back here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You're
That's good.
fearful because you've forgotten.
What has been forgotten then appears to be fearful, but only because the dissociation is an attack on truth. You are fearful because you have forgotten, and you have replaced your knowledge by an awareness of dreams because you are afraid of your dissociation, not of what you have dissociated. So alternatively, from number 4, you are fearful because you have forgotten, and you have replaced your knowledge with an awareness of dreams because you are afraid of your dissociation, not of what you have dissociated.
So you're actually afraid of your own dissociation, your own denial of the truth. Because you see, your mind now seems to have the power to destroy yourself. I mean, it's totally insane, but that's what you think you have the power to do. So at any point, the ego's afraid of its destruction, because that's the basis of its identity. You see, so it's built on the thought system of destruction. You destroy the truth in order to exist. So at any point you could be destroyed, and then it's this desperate fight to survive. That's why we live in a world where everything's struggling to survive, and survival of the fittest seems to rule. So you're afraid of your dissociation, not of what you have dissociated. So actually the truth is we're not really afraid of what we've dissociated, which is pure formless awareness. We're actually afraid of the dissociation. The dissociation is the denial of truth. So we're afraid of the ego, which is the belief in separation that denies the truth. And so we're afraid of ourselves because we've identified that as ourself. But fortunately, it's not really ourself. It's not who we are. It doesn't exist. So then, no fear isn't justified.
So number 6, when what you have dissociated is accepted, it ceases to be fearful.
So if you can accept this back, and you go, yes, I accept that I'm pure formless awareness of perfect love, and allow the experience of peace and joy to come in, how can that be fearful? It's just very pleasant. Lovely experience. So why am I fearing what's actually lovely? You start to realize that what you're fearing is actually just a false entity. It's the ego that you're fearing, but the ego doesn't exist. Neither does the fear of it. So it's fearing itself spinning itself around in this illusory maelstrom in your mind, chasing its own tail, literally. And none of that's true. None of that's real, fortunately. So it allows us just to return to what we've dissociated and just accept it back into our awareness. Okay.
Yep.
So, do you want to let's do a little summary of that? Number one, you want to summarize that in your own words?
Yeah. So when we dissociate ourselves from truth, we create fear within ourselves. But when we choose to accept the truth, the real truth, then we can go back to it.
No, it ceases to become fearful.
And it ceases to become fearful.
We realize, I mean, the universal truth in all spiritual paths and traditions is that when you face that which you fear, it ceases to become fearful. So you face the dragon or the monster and it dissolves. It ceases to become fearful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you recognize that it's actually an illusion in your mind.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
And that beyond any fear, there lies this truth that you've dissociated that is not fearful at all. It's the salvation. It's perfect peace and love and joy. Why would you be scared of perfect peace, love, and joy? It's an insane idea. See, so the fear comes because we projected our guilt and our fear out onto a false concept of God, the ego's version of God, which is fearful, wrathful, and vengeful. But that's just, again, it's just a projection of our own false self-concept. So that fearful, wrathful God of the Old Testament was just a projection of the ego mind. Had nothing to do with the true God of perfect love.
Mhm.
A God of stone, a false idol, as Yeshua calls it. So just seeing it for that liberates you.
Yeah.
It doesn't even exist. So there is only this awareness beyond that. But you must undo. You must deny the denial of truth. You must deny the dissociation of this whole thought system that dissociates the truth in order to accept it back. Which is why forgiveness or letting go is required.
Mhm.
Okay, any other comments, questions on paragraph 1?
Not from me.
Hi, Kim. Can you hear us? Welcome.
Hi, Jono. Hi, Christine. Hi, John. Hi.
Hi, Kim.
Jackie. Hi.
Okay, so let's do stop that. Let's do a little personalization of this one. So you first know something, you cannot dissociate it. So you want to help me with it, John?
Yeah. Unless I first know something, I cannot dissociate it.
No.
Knowledge must precede dissociation, so that dissociation is nothing more than a decision to forget.
So let's say my dissociation. Knowledge must precede my dissociation. So that my dissociation makes it personal. There's nothing more than my decision to forget.
Good, good. What I have forgotten then appears to be fearful. But only because the dissociation is an attack on truth. Only because
Of my association.
it's an attack on truth. I am fearful because I have forgotten. And I have replaced your knowledge with an awareness of dreams. Because I am afraid of my dissociation. Not of what I have dissociated. When what I have dissociated is accepted, I will not be afraid. Okay. I will not be
afraid of it. Yeah. So when we talk about acceptance, people talk about acceptance, it's as part of this healing process. This is what it's really referring to. It's accepting the truth beyond the illusion. You accept it back. And so when people say, well, you've just got to accept it, what you're really accepting is not the illusion. You're accepting the truth beyond the illusion.
Mm.
But you drop your resistance. So acceptance is a dropping of the resistance, the conflict, to accept the truth that's beyond it. So then I'm accepting what I've dissociated. And when I accept it, I find peace and I find love and I find joy. So how can I be afraid of that? You know, it's evidently nothing to be afraid of.
Mm.
We're only afraid of it because we don't understand it. And then the ego's convinced us that actually God is this. God is some fearful, wrathful, vengeful entity that's going to condemn us. And so, well, who wouldn't be scared of it? Who wouldn't be frightened and try and deny it? So, many atheists, they deny this fearful, wrathful, vengeful God, as a protective mechanism, because that's scary. But they still have a belief that they can be hurt and punished in this world. They just wouldn't think it's consciously, it's by God, but they would still believe in fear and attack. So it's the same effect, whether you believe, in a religious God, or you just believe the world, the universe is a pretty kind of cruel, arbitrary, uncaring place. It's the same effect. You've set up a false God in your mind. And in that setting up of that, you've dissociated the truth. This is buried then underneath the false concept that your mind's using to replace it. So if I can truly accept what I've dissociated, then the fear is over. I transcend, all these crazy ideas of guilt and sin and fear and the concept of a fearful, wrathful God. It can punish me. You recognize that's just crazy, and you accept just a form of awareness that's very peaceful and joyful. And you realize there's nothing to fear in that. In fact, it's the only place in this awareness is the only place that is fearless. You can't experience fear in pure formless awareness because there's nothing else to fear. There's only one awareness. Fear requires a split in the mind, that there's something else outside of your mind to fear, even if that is illusory. Okay, so just read that from the top. Make sure we're happy with the translation, the personalization. If you can read it in the first person to us.
Yeah. Unless I first know something, I cannot dissociate it. Knowledge must precede my dissociation. so that my dissociation is nothing more than my decision to forget. What I have forgotten then appears to be fearful, but only because my dissociation is an attack on truth. I am fearful because I have forgotten, and I have replaced my knowledge with an awareness of dreams, because I am afraid of my dissociation, not of what I have dissociated. When what I have dissociated is accepted, I will not be afraid of it.
Okay, I think that's good. Happy with that, to read that.
Yep.
For us. Right, so everyone else, just close your eyes, take a nice deep breath in and out. Just drop into this deeper awareness. We access the meditation. Allow these words to drop in and then kind of wash over you, go into a deeper part of your mind and repeat the words after John and the gaps that he leaves. Okay, so take it away, John.
Unless I first know something, I cannot dissociate it. Knowledge must precede my dissociation, so that my dissociation is nothing more than my decision to forget. What I have forgotten then appears to be fearful, but only because my dissociation is an attack on truth. I am fearful because I have forgotten, and I have replaced my knowledge with an awareness of dreams, because I am afraid of my dissociation, not of what I have dissociated. When what I have dissociated is accepted, I will not be afraid of it.
And so it is. Okay, moving on to number 2. Who would like to read number 2? Kim, why don't you read number 2 for us?
Okay. Yet to give up the dissociation of reality brings more than merely lack of fear.
Okay, it's going to be the same in the alternative, just a capital R there for reality.
Okay. In this decision lie joy and peace and the glory of extension.
Yeah, creation. Just read it in the original, then the alternative. There's quite a lot of alternative stuff to translate in this paragraph. So creation is extension, joy, peace, and glory. We normally translate as magnificence, actually. Magnificence of extension.
Okay.
Or a magnificence of, actually, I think magnificence of being would be better. What do you think? The creation there, sometimes creation is referring to the outward, the extension, but actually he's talking about the magnificence of being.
I like being.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate in this context.
Magnificence
of just being. Joy, peace, and just, isn't it magnificent that we have being, that we exist? It's extraordinary, really. You really think about it. It's like, wow. Actually, I have awareness. I have some being. And where did that come from? Well, it came from the source of all being, where it came from. That awareness is miraculous. Just acknowledging your source is the miracle. That you have this being that gives you life, that allows you to have any kind of awareness, any kind of experience at all, is extraordinary. It seems so obvious, doesn't it? Like, how can we overlook that? But we do, because we get involved in the mind and forget underlying the mind is just this being that's absolutely transcendent, magnificent, that knows no pain, suffering, sickness, death. We forget that and we let the mind cover that over with its illusions. Okay, so you want to carry on? Kim, just read original sentence and then the alternative sentence below for us, please.
Offer the Holy Spirit only your willingness to remember, for he retains the knowledge of God and of yourself for you, waiting for your acceptance.
Right. Alternative.
Offer the remembrance of perfect love, only your willingness to remember, for it retains the knowledge of pure formless awareness of perfect love and of yourself for you, waiting for your acceptance.
Take up pure formless awareness. There's two ofs there. Knowledge of perfect love and of yourself. I think yourself should be capital S, yeah?
Yeah.
Knowledge of yourself for you. Just waiting for your acceptance. Right? So it's always there, in other words, but it's potential until you accept it. If you keep denying it, then it can't come in and help you.
Mm.
But it doesn't matter how much you deny it. The good news is it's always there, just waiting for you to accept it. And at some point, everyone will, because the pain of not accepting it becomes too great. As you said recently in one of the text lessons, everyone has his limits. There's a point beyond which illusions cannot go, and you start to realize that suffering is just too great to bear, and you look for some kind of solution. And that's usually when there's the spiritual awakening starts. When the pain of denying your source becomes too great to bear, then your only alternative is to start accepting that which you've denied. Okay, number 4.
Give up gladly everything that would stand in the way of your remembering, for God is in your memory. Give up gladly everything that would stand in the way of your remembering, for pure formless awareness of perfect love is in your memory.
Yeah, so it's our original state. Because it's our original state, we can't forget it ever. The base state, it's the ground of being that cannot be forgotten permanently. We cover it over, we pretend we've forgotten it. And that's why we call the Holy Spirit the remembrance of perfect love, because it remembers that. It's the memory of that state of mind where we were just in perfect peace, perfect bliss. There was only a single awareness. Conflict was inconceivable in that state. You see, conflict was just not even conceivable because there was only a single awareness. So there's still a deep-seated memory. That's the deepest memory in our minds, beyond all the illusions that the ego spun. That memory is there in every person's mind. And that's the spiritual call. That's why we can never be permanently lost in this dream, because that memory remains. And it cannot be obliterated by the ego, no matter how hard it tries, because it's the truth. And so that's very reassuring, isn't it? It's like, it doesn't matter what the ego does, it cannot obliterate it. So we will all be saved by that memory at some point. But we have to accept it back into our awareness. It's no good if we don't acknowledge it and accept it. And it remains potential always, but not actual in our experience. So it can't really help us. And so all dissociation is just resistance to that acceptance. When we say we have resistance, we're just resisting accepting that truth that we've denied. And if you do that, then the only alternative is to live in the ego, which is the denial of that truth. It's a thought system that denies the truth of who you are.
And accepting is through, well, doing the lessons, or forgiveness, surrendering.
Yeah, well, accepting is forgetting the ego. You see how it works. When you forget the denial of truth. So you've chosen to forget the truth, right? That's the dissociation of truth. When you choose to forget the denial or deny the denial of truth, then you remember the truth. So through forgiveness or letting go, you're choosing to deny the denial of truth. You're choosing to forget the forgetting of truth. And when you forget the forgetting, then you remember the truth.
But
It sounds complicated. It's not really. It's actually really simple.
well, doing the counter action is basically what you're saying, not just to remember, but you're saying to forget the illusion.
Yeah.
But
So that's the course's
making a
approach.
decision.
Saying, well, what covers over the truth is this whole false thought system that you've superimposed on top of it, which was the decision to forget the truth. So you must now deny that decision to forget in order to remember, in order to return your awareness to that which was denied. Makes complete sense. Yeah, of course. Just deny the denial, deny the dissociation, and then you're back in the truth. So that's the approach. Deny the denial of truth, and the truth will once again be accepted. So as you forgive or let go of your illusions, so you accept the truth. It's inevitable. You must then be accepting the truth. So that's why the whole methodology is saying, well, we'll just let go or forgive, and that is then the acceptance of truth back into your awareness when you do that. Automatically. That's why the focus of the course is on forgiving or letting go of your illusions rather than on accepting the truth. You see?
Yeah.
Because you could say, well, I've accepted the truth. I get it. I accept the truth. And you could sort of convince yourself that you've actually done that. But then life comes along and challenges you, and you get triggered, and then you go into the ego and you're having, grievances and attack thoughts and so on. And then you have to recognize that you haven't accepted the truth fully, because you're having these grievances and attack thoughts, which are direct denial of truth. You're dissociating the truth again. And the only way to undo that deep dissociation is in the moment when you're faced with the temptation to hold the grievance and to attack, that you go, no, I won't do that. I'm going to correct my mind, and I'm going to deny this denial of truth, the grievance and the covering over pure formless awareness of perfect love, and I'm going to accept it instead. And so we need these situations to come up and trigger us in order to do this deep undoing, because it gets then to the deepest levels of the denial. Superficially, we can all say, yeah, there's nothing to accept. I get it. Okay, yeah, conceptually you get it. We can all read the text and go, yeah, I understand there's only a single awareness, and we can talk the talk, and it sounds good, and it makes us feel, somewhat better. But it's quite superficial unless you can do it when you're challenged. Because that's when the truth of what you believe comes out. Challenge comes in, and then you react egoically and you go, well, actually, I still believe in that. I'm still denying the truth. So as those denials come up of the truth, you now get the opportunity to deny those denials. And when you deny the denials, then you correct your mind, you undo the blocks, and you return yourself back, turn your awareness back to the truth. Make sense?
Yeah, it's the practice that's the challenge.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
If it was easy, we'd all just go, oh yeah, well, yes, there's only one awareness. I'm one with God. Great. Got that sorted. Okay. There we go. I'm enlightened. But it's deep-seated. The ego's been around a long time. It's deep-seated in our psyche. It's projected a whole world. And the world is designed precisely to challenge you so that the ego's thought system is justified. That's why it's designed it. It's meant to challenge you. It's meant to trigger those negative thoughts and emotions so that you now believe in them, and then you believe in the separate self concept that you've made, which is really just made up of those negative thoughts and emotions. What's negative? Negate. It negates the truth. You see, it's the denial or the dissociation of truth. Hence negative.
Well, I think you also, there is a level of acceptance as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to try and deny the denial. So
yeah, well,
you have to know that
denying
there's
the
something that
denial,
you're working
you're accepting the
towards
truth.
Yes, you are.
So,
to get there on a level that surpasses all words and understanding, but to have it, you start with that awareness of that there is that truth out there rather than it's only illusion. So then you work to make that choice to deny the denial. Otherwise, you wouldn't know any difference. So you're kind of having to, it's like, even if you're starting to accept it conceptually, it means that you're walking the path.
Yeah. If you deny the denial of truth, then you're automatically accepting that there's a truth beyond that, aren't you?
Yes, you are.
There must be something else that you're accepting.
Yeah, but to know why,
accepting the truth.
But to know to deny the illusion in the first place, if you didn't know about this alternative, the illusion is for you real. You won't know any better.
Yeah.
There has to be enough awareness of alternative truth to walk that path. Otherwise.
Yeah. So there's an awareness of something.
Well.
It may not be very strong to start with, but as you go, okay, I'm willing to deny this denial, I'm willing to let it go, that gets strengthened. Your awareness of the truth gets strengthened. So it might be quite faint to start with. And then as you forgive, you become more and more aware of it. And it becomes more and more obvious that this presence is there.
Yeah.
And so forgiveness is then remembering of that. Forgiveness is how you remember the truth fully and accept it fully. You see?
Well, maybe it might seem faint relatively, but it's strong enough that you're willing to make that path, because otherwise it's just a concept out there and you carry on an illusion. It's
that memory, the memory of the Holy Spirit, the remembrance of perfect love is what inspires you to let go. So there's a memory, might be very faint, but that small memory, like in your deepest despair, goes, there's something else. Remember, okay, you can actually let this go. And then you do that and you go, wow, I actually feel quite a lot better because I've let it go. So I'm not in deep despair anymore. And so then our memory of that is strengthened. And so we now remember a bit more of the truth, and it becomes, more acceptable to us.
Yeah.
The deeper awareness starts arising. And if we keep doing that, then, as we forgive the illusion, the remembrance gets stronger and stronger. Until eventually there's no more remembering, we just are in the awareness. It's not a memory anymore. It's our current, present state of awareness all the time. And that's the enlightened state. but it starts with a remembrance, and it needs to be, strengthened. You don't forgive, then that memory can be quite faint and easily obscured by the ego. So the practice is, okay, we'll practice and practice denying the denial of truth by practicing these lessons and letting go of the ego as it shows up, and then that memory gets strengthened as you do that automatically. And then you start accepting more and more of the truth. As you accept more and more of the truth, it becomes self-evident that denying the denial must be the only way out. And so, you get more motivated to do that. And your motivation, your resolve gets stronger and stronger. And now, you're using the illusion to find your way out of the illusion. It's just everything just becomes a forgiveness lesson. And that's the world correctly perceived from the Holy Spirit's point of view. The world is just an opportunity to reinterpret the dream and undo the ego. Every situation that seems to occur, it gives you that opportunity to deny the denial of truth. Because all of this is a denial. Everything in the red boxes that the ego has invented, the guilt, the sin, fear, the attack, all the manifestations of that, all the rules, the laws of this world, all part of the denial of truth. So when you deny it, then you're accepting the truth back, and you're taking this journey from here, taking the blue arrow, and you're going, zoop, I'm back in pure formless awareness. Now, and when you do that, then the Holy Spirit has this, miraculous quality of being able to change your perception instantly. You come back, from a trip to pure formless awareness, and your perception of any situation is going to be profoundly different. And so there's a reinterpretation that's happened, and you've actually denied all of this. You've denied the reality of it. Although you may still perceive it with your physical senses, you've denied the reality of the thought system behind it, which is the key. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll carry on. There's voice. Where were you? Number 5, were we?
His voice will tell you that you are part of him when you are willing to remember him and know your own reality again. Its voice will tell you that you are part of it when you are willing to remember it and know your own reality again.
Okay. So this is the voice that reminds us, that there's something else. It's the voice that's just knocking at our awareness, and there's something else here, something beyond this reality. Remember. And of course, the ego is trying to drown out that voice always. The world was designed to drown out that voice. So that's the split in our minds that we've got to. Every human being's got to deal with that seeming duality in our minds, and that's the source of inner conflict. We weren't here when we did the lesson. It's all about conflict. All conflict comes from that split in our minds between the two voices, the voice for oneness and the voice for separation. Source of all conflict in the world. Okay, number 6.
Yeah. Let nothing in this world delay your remembering of him, for in his remembering is the knowledge of yourself. Let nothing in the world delay your remembering of it, for in this remembering is the knowledge of yourself.
Yeah. So as you forget the illusion that you've spun, and you deny it, you remember the truth. You remember who you are. So forgiveness reveals yourself. Forgiveness is the essence of the journey. It's the fuel for the journey, shall we say, of self-discovery, which is the hero's journey.
Forgiveness is
the fuel. Yeah.
the fuel. Okay.
What keeps you moving forward on the journey.
Mm.
As you forgive more, you start remembering more and more of yourself, true self. In this remembering is the knowledge of yourself. So know thyself, that's the ancient injunction of all spiritual paths and teachers. And to know yourself is to forget the ego. You must deny the ego to know yourself. Okay, so you want to summarize that for us briefly? What's he saying in that? What's he saying in that paragraph? Make sure we got the right one. Yeah, so there we go. What's he saying in paragraph 2? In boy in the kettle. Thank you. Yeah, lovely. Thanks, Christine. What's he saying in paragraph 2?
I'm just gathering my thoughts here.
Well, that's okay. I would say just go with like, what is your understanding? What's like the key point he's making in that paragraph?
Well, remembrance of perfect love or Holy Spirit is there. It's there to help you remember what you really are. And based on your willingness, remember that's a start for you to remember the truth and to drop the illusion. It's always there and it's awaiting your acceptance. Give up the illusion, and which is in the way of your remembering. And if you're willing to give that up, you will know your own reality again, or who you truly are. So don't delay and in remembering it, because that is the knowledge of who you are.
Yeah,
and it's always there for you to. So you will have that, even if it's a small remnants of it. Your willingness to go there and do the journey will get you there, based on your willingness through the Holy Spirit or remembrance of the perfect love.
Yeah. Very, very well summarized, I think. Okay, so let's personalize this. So yet to give up the dissociation of reality brings more than merely lack of fear. Okay, so yet when let's make it personal, when I give up dissociating reality,
It brings me
experience more than merely lack of fear. In this decision lie my joy, peace, and the magnificence of my being.
I'll just say in this decision lies my joy. I know it uses lie. It just sounds strange.
In this decision, in this decision lies my joy, peace, and the magnificence of my being. I think that's correct. In this decision lie joy, peace. Decision lies.
Strange.
Yeah, it is. Joy. In this decision lie. In this decision lie joy, peace. Lies joy, peace, and magnificence of being. I suppose this decision lies my joy. It's the mind that makes it seem strange, isn't it? lies my joy. So not sure about it. Could be in this decision lies joy, peace, and seems to be more pertinent in the personalized version.
Oh, no, that's my joy, peace, and the
And the
magnificence of
magnificence
my
of my
being.
being.
I offer the remembrance of perfect love, only my willingness to remember, for it retains the knowledge of perfect love in myself, for me.
Now,
Waiting for my
me
acceptance.
waiting for my acceptance.
I give up gladly everything that would stand in my way of my remembering, stand in the way of my remembering. Therefore, I gladly
We
give
say,
up.
let go. I let go gladly. I
Yes.
gladly let go. I gladly let go. I gladly let go.
everything that would stand in
I
my way,
don't
or it could be in the way.
stand in the way of my remembering.
Yes.
Which would be the, just fix this. I gladly give up gladly. Gladly let go of everything. Thanks, Christina. Still. Okay. I gladly let go of everything that would stand in the way of my remembering. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is in my memory.
Um,
Its voice
will
will tell me
tell me that I am part of it. When I am willing to remember it and know my own reality again. Let nothing in this world delay my remembering of it. For in my remembering is the knowledge of myself.
nothing in this world delay my. I know we should make that memory. My remembering of it. I think remembering is the process.
Yeah.
The remembering of it. For in this remembering is the knowledge of myself. And this remembering is the knowledge of myself. Or how about for through this remembering, come to I come to know myself. Yeah? Do you think that's better than the knowledge of myself? In this remembering is the knowledge of yourself. Through this remembering,
Yeah.
I come to know myself. I think that's
Yeah.
that up there. Through this remembering, you come to know yourself. Okay, so do you want to read that from the top? Make sure we're happy with the personalization.
Yet when I give up dissociating of reality, I will experience more than merely lack of fear. In this decision lies my joy, peace, and the magnificence of my being. I offer the remembrance of perfect love, only my willingness to remember, for it retains the knowledge of perfect love and myself for me, waiting for my acceptance. Therefore, I gladly let go of everything that would stand in the way of my remembering, for pure formless awareness of perfect love is in my memory. Its voice will tell me that I am part of it when I am willing to remember it and know my own reality again. I let nothing in this world delay my remembering of it, for through this remembering, I come to know myself.
Nice. Why don't you,
Yeah.
we're just going to read it slowly. Why don't you do that before you
Oh, thank you.
retire for the night?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, so it's a nice note to go to bed on. So I'm happy to read that, Kim. If you can read it slowly for us, that'd be great. Very well summarized, I think. So let's get the right one. So that's there we go. Okay, so just close your eyes, take a nice deep breath in through the nose and out. Just drop into your deeper awareness. Keep breathing as you listen to these words that Kim's going to read and repeat them aloud, ideally after yourself, or after each sentence, each pause, so that you say them as affirmations of this profound truth. Okay, Kim, if you want to do the honors for us.
Yet when I give up dissociating reality, I will experience more than a merely lack of fear. In this decision lies my joy, peace, and the magnificence of my being. I offer the remembrance of perfect love, only my willingness to remember, for it retains the knowledge of perfect love and myself for me, waiting for my acceptance. Therefore, I gladly let go of everything that would stand in the way of my remembering. For pure formless awareness of perfect love is in my memory. Its voice will tell me that I am part of it. When I am willing to remember it and know my own reality again, I let nothing in this world delay my remembering of it. For through this remembering, I come to know myself.
Okay, if you can just read, I decided to change something. So if you can just read this sentence, therefore I gladly let go of everything. Stands instead of would stand, it just stands in a way, it's simpler. If you can read that one again, thanks. From therefore, just what I've highlighted.
Therefore, I gladly let go of everything that stands in the way of my remembering. For pure formless awareness of perfect love is in my memory.
Yeah. I'm into that. All read. Okay. So number 2 done. Moving swiftly on to number 3. Are you departing?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for joining. See you in the morning. Yeah. Just close the door so we don't disturb you. Okay, number 3. Let's ask Elaine. Is it Elaine, admin?
Yes, I'm on my
Yeah.
iPhone because I was
Yeah.
sorting with the internet, but it's sorted now. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. To remember is merely to restore your mind what is already there. I guess it'll be the same in the alternative, is it?
Yeah, stop that. Remember, it's merely to restore to your mind what is already there.
Yeah.
Will be the same. Yeah.
And you do not make what you remember. You merely accept again what is already there, but what was rejected. I guess that would be the same.
Mm-hmm.
You do not make what you remember. You merely accept again what is already there, but was rejected. Yeah, same. And the ability to accept truth in this world is the perceptual counterpart of creating in the kingdom. The ability to accept truth in this world is the perceptual counterpart of creating in the state of pure formless awareness.
Yeah, so what creating is extending.
Yeah.
Accept truth in this world is the perceptual counterpart of extending in the state of pure formless awareness. And so in that state, we naturally extend to infinity. There's no limit to our extension.
Mm.
So this is in this world, it's a perceptual counterpart of that extension in heaven. Okay, number 4.
God will do his part if you will do yours, and his return in exchange for yours is the exchange of knowledge for perception. Pure formless awareness of perfect love will do its part if you will do yours, and its return in exchange for yours is the exchange of knowledge for perception.
Return in exchange for yours is the exchange of knowledge. Yeah, a return. Do its part if you will do yours. And it's maybe reward. What do you think? Instead of return, it's reward in exchange for yours.
Sorry, which
your-
word? And it's
It's return. I'm just looking at the word return.
mm,
Maybe something like reward would be better. It's reward in exchange for yours, for you doing your part. That's what he means.
do its part. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You doing your part. It's reward for you doing your part. It's a bit more explicit. Yeah.
Yeah.
You doing.
Yeah.
There's the exchange of knowledge
For
for
perception.
There's the exchange of perception for knowledge. Surely that would be exchange of perception. Exchange of perception for knowledge. I think that's a better way of saying it.
Yeah.
Because you start with perception and then you exchange perception for knowledge.
Yeah.
Okay.
And nothing is beyond its awareness for you.
So the will, nothing is beyond his will for you.
But signify your will to remember it and behold it. No, and to behold. It will give you everything, but for the asking.
Yeah, so awareness. Understand, instead of it's his will for you, it's awareness for you. Or we could say it's awareness of you, I suppose. It's awareness of you. But I quite like the for you. Let's keep for you. Because that awareness is for us. It's given to us, it's for us. It's a gift to us.
Yeah.
Beyond its awareness for you. But signify your will to remember it. And lo and behold, it will give you everything but for the asking. So it will give you everything when you just ask. It will give you everything, every truth. It will give you truth. It will give you the whole.
Mm.
It will give you the whole truth when you just ask.
Yeah, that's maybe better because everything's a bit ambiguous, isn't it?
What is everything?
Mm.
Everything that truly exists, everything that's true. Everything that's true, I suppose we could say. Give you everything that's true or the whole truth. I think I quite like the whole truth.
Yeah.
We'll give you the whole truth when you just ask.
Give you everything, the whole truth.
Signify your will to remember it and behold. It's a bit old-fashioned, but behold and watch and see. The will to remember and
Behold. Yes, an old-fashioned word, that.
very behold. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what else we'd use there. It's, signify your will to remember it. You could actually just take that out and say, and it will give you the whole truth when you just ask.
Yeah.
Remember it, and it will give you the whole truth. And you just ask, yeah, okay. So all right, so do you want to just summarize that for us before we go further? Okay, that was explained. This one, I think. Very well summarized, I think. Okay, that's the correct one. All right, so what's he saying? Number
Well,
3.
just to remember, will bring your mind to where just remembering pure formless awareness. I mean, it's just accepting what is already there instead of us rejecting it, and just the ability to accept this truth in the world
I mean, that's quite important, but it's the perceptual counterpart of extending. So we accept truth here in illusion, but that's the perceptual counterpart of extending in the state of pure formless awareness. So we're effectively extending back to the truth by doing this, by accepting the truth.
And then
So-
extending the counterparts, meaning the whole sonship and everything. Is that what it means?
But as you accept truth, as a perceptual counterpart of extending the state of pure formless awareness. So, I mean, extending in the state of pure formless awareness means that you're in the awareness that it's one, that there's just this infinite extension. There's no limit
Which is
to the awareness you have.
Yeah. just extending love and
Yeah. So, but accepting truth in this world is the counterpart of that infinite extension in the state of pure formless awareness. So it's how we learn it in this world. Start remembering the truth.
Yeah.
So pure formless awareness and perfect love will do its part if you will do yours. So he's saying, do your part, and it's going to meet you probably more than halfway.
well, yes.
Reward in exchange for you doing your part.
Well, like it says, you'll get everything and all the whole truth, and so it's a no-brainer, isn't it? If we could only just do it.
Should be a no-brainer, yeah. A no-minder, you see. It's the no mind. If you
True.
can get rid of the ego mind, then it's obvious. The truth stands, obvious and clear in the state of no mind. But the mind covers it over and tells you all kinds of things instead of the truth.
Yeah.
So we must be willing. I think the key point to this paragraph: signify your will to remember it, and it will give you the whole truth when you just ask. So whenever you choose to forgive or let go, this is how this actually works. Practice. Whenever you say, yes, I choose to perceive this differently. I choose to let go of my anger, my expectation, my grievance. Then I'm signifying my will to remember it.
Yeah, but what about sort of traumatic images? Something that you've seen traumatic. You could still do the same with that as with ordinary grievances with people. Or is that sort of ghosting, spiritual bypass?
Well, yeah, if it's a deep trauma, you bring it up into awareness, but you let it go. So there's a process to go through. It's got to come into awareness. You experience the pain, and then you release it by bringing that trauma to the truth and reminding yourself that the trauma is not real. The trauma happened in a dream world to an illusory entity.
Yeah.
Self that's not even real. So that that only that awareness will heal anything. What most therapists and so on try and do is they make the trauma real, and then they try and help you to let it go or forgive it.
Which is just
So
going
let's
around.
talk about your trauma in childhood. We talk about it, and it's all very real to you. You re-experience it, and then we try and help you to somehow let that go, somehow diminish the effect of the trauma. Instead of saying that your entire childhood, the entire past that you think you've had isn't real.
Yeah.
Never really happened. So the trauma never really happened. So you're not making it real and then trying to forgive it. You seeing it correctly from the start. That it's just simply not real.
Yeah. Yeah. Something to think about.
You signify your intention to remember it when you're willing to really forgive and to let go of your misperceptions. And
So
then
as
it will
soon
give
as-
you the whole.
So as soon as you've seen a traumatic visual thing, you just immediately do that. like today, I've seen a very traumatic thing. So
Have you?
yes, I have actually, and it's
What was
I'm getting
that? Something
flashbacks.
dying?
Yeah, well, typically me, I don't know what it is at the moment when I'm going through this, but it's my love is animals, as you know. So I was just driving past, and what appeared to be a pregnant cat looked as though her head was off, dead. And of course, I'm getting so now I'm getting, yeah, and of course I'm a great lover of cats, so some people it won't have affected them, but it affects me. And of course, I'm occasionally getting little flashbacks in my head. So it's like a little trauma, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's
here's see that's a reliving of the trauma of separation. It's like, you know, this look at what happens. You know, this cat is dead. It had a new kitten in it. So both these lives are dead, and it reminds you of the horror and the death and the despair of this.
Yeah. Funny at the moment.
You signify intention to remember this by saying, no, Elaine, that is not real. That image isn't real. It's a hallucination in a dream. That's all. Right. And the ego is trying to convince you that it's reality, and to feel these dark feelings, because that makes the ego real. That makes my separate self real, which keeps me attached to this world, a world of suffering and pain.
Yeah, no, my ego is certainly fighting back. Yeah, because I'm very keen to undo this ego and find the whole truth. But I'm certainly getting temptations and tests at the moment.
Yeah, but that's
interesting.
How it works.
Yeah, interesting.
Because as you go into knowledge, into pure formless awareness, you're escaping the ego. It's got to fight back and try and lure you back into its thought system. And so it does that typically with the external world and apparent, traumas, things that trigger you. Interesting that you saw, a cat, not something else, human.
Yeah, which is
that's your hot button.
It is
a decapitated cat. So the
That's
ego
pregnant.
knows.
Yeah.
And pregnant, so kittens as well involved. So the ego then goes, okay, well, you think you're going to escape from the dream so easily, but no, actually, I'm going to give you the trauma visually. You're going to see this to remind you of the seeming reality of the body, of suffering, of pain, and of death. To remind you that this, the idea of pure formless awareness of perfect love and a love beyond all of this is illusory, and actually the reality of this world is everything dies and suffers in the process. And it's pretty horrific.
Yeah.
Which then keeps the separate self intact. It keeps the guilt and the fear and the sin and the idea of attack all very, very current in your mind, and that denies the truth of pure formless awareness of perfect love in that process.
Yeah.
And that's the game. That's what it's trying to do. So when you recognize that, you go, I'm not going to fall for it. The cat isn't real. Do you understand? The cat is a symbol in a dream world being shown to you in the dream world to convince you that the dream world is real.
Yeah.
And that you, therefore, are real. Elaine is real.
Yeah, makes it all,
Then the only sane response is to let it go, because the cat isn't really even there. Nothing really died. Nothing really suffered.
No.
It's just a hallucination. And your ego is going to fight strongly and say, no, that was real, Elaine. How can you say that's not?
Well, it then starts, you try to console yourself and think, oh, well, hopefully it was instant. Hopefully it didn't suffer. These are what the ego says to you.
But that's the wrong logic. The logic is it never really happened.
No.
That's the correction.
It's
never
just
happened.
Work in progress for me. Yes, it's certainly getting my tests.
So what you're seeing is an illusion. It's an image projected by your subconscious mind, the ego, which is determined to keep you here, projected onto the screen of the world that you then perceive as outside of you, in order to convince you that its thought system is true and pure formless awareness of perfect love is false.
Mm. Yeah.
And that's, when you understand the simplicity of the game that it's trying to play, then the correction is obvious. Okay, we just don't believe that. It's a hallucination. It's real.
Yeah, I'm getting there. Yeah, I am getting there. But still, it's still trying to grip me. Yes, it's certainly, yeah.
You see, in the when you get the trauma, that's really good because it comes up, and now all of that pain comes up out of the subconscious, and it's trying to pull you into its dark embrace,
Yeah.
into the pain body, into all, making all that real. You can feel it tugging at your awareness. It's trying to pull you there, isn't it? All the time.
It is. Absolutely, yes.
Or with a trauma like that becomes manifest, like very obvious. Okay, so now you get the opportunity by denying the illusion that you perceived. You are also denying those thoughts and emotions.
Yeah.
It's all illusory. It's a hallucination. None of it's real. So the trigger of the cat dying isn't real. The thoughts and emotions can't be real then.
Right.
The entire movement of the ego mind is unreal, and you look upon it all as you experience it. You go, no, I don't buy it. You're not real.
Yeah,
There's no justification.
Well, it's just like what you'd watch on a movie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a movie, and then you switch off the TV, or you walk out the movie theater, and
If it's not pleasing you, yeah.
You switch the projector. So, when those images keep coming up, that's the projector mechanism of the ego. Projection is the same thing. It's projecting out. And now it's using the faculty of memory, the memory of these images.
This image, yeah.
Over and over and over again to cover over your true awareness.
Yeah.
And so that's a misuse of memory. The true use of memory is to remember the truth that lies beyond them. So if we're using the movie analogy, the truth that lies beyond them is the screen, right? The blank screen on which all these images are projected. That's pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is just pristine, white, pure awareness. There's no mark on it. There's no spot. And all these images are projected onto that and then cover it over. But actually that screen is what you're looking at. Do you see that? I mean, in the movie, movie analogy is quite a good way to get it. You're always just looking at a screen. It's always there. But you don't see the screen because you see the images projected onto the screen that cover it over.
Yeah, no, it does make sense. As I say, it's just, it still keeps gripping at me, but I guess that's just my journey. Yeah.
So just remind yourself when it grips at you that this is just a projection onto the screen. That's all. Apparently something died in the dream, but in fact, nothing really died because it's just an image on the screen that seemed to die. It's a projection.
Yeah.
And the screen, which is the ground of being, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love, it's unmoved, it's untouched. The image may have died, but it's just an image, so nothing really changed. The background is unaffected. The screen is unaffected. In the same way as in a movie, you could watch the goriest, bloodiest, most violent movie in which hundreds of people die, but the screen is completely unaffected by those images projected onto it.
Yeah.
And when the images are turned off, then the screen remains as it was, completely unaffected.
Yeah.
So just reminding yourself of this when the ego wants you to believe in the reality of the image that it's shown you.
Yeah.
And when you do that, then you're correcting your entire misperception of the dream and the dreamer, Elaine, who is dreaming the dream. You see, by denying the dream exists, you're also denying the perceiver of the dream, which is the separate self you call Elaine.
Yeah.
And that undoes that separate self.
No, it makes sense. It does make sense.
And you must remember the screen beyond the dream. You must remember the ground of being rather than than the images.
Yeah.
So the screen, which was in so much in the background and covered over, now comes into the foreground. And you start becoming aware that that screen is always there. It doesn't matter what images are covering it over. In fact, those are irrelevant. The screen is all you're looking at. And then you become aware only of the truth. And the truth is then infused into all of your perceptions. And you see them differently. And so, you know, this trauma, the cat dying, instead of going, oh, well, maybe it didn't suffer, which makes the idea of suffering real, you simply say, no, it never happened. It never really happened.
Yeah. Well, that's better, yes, because then that just makes it,
It just denies the whole thing. You're not making it real. See, forgiveness to destroy, as the Yeshua calls it in the Song of Prayer, is this forgiveness that says it's real, it's really happened, and now you somehow got to soften the effects of it. Oh, well, maybe the cat didn't suffer so much, maybe it was killed instantly, but you've made it real in your mind.
Yeah, got it.
Now, how do you forgive or let go of what you've made real? Well, you can't. It's still there in your mind. It's like the splinter in your mind driving you mad.
Yeah, yes.
You must go to the Holy Spirit and say, Holy Spirit, help me to perceive this correctly, that it never really happened. It's just an image in a dream, and the dream isn't reality, and the perceiver of the dream that's perceiving this and is being traumatized by this isn't real. So the separate self that I've identified myself as and with this Elaine character is simply not real. The whole thing is designed to make Elaine believe that she's real. Okay, so no cat really died. It's just a setup in your dream. It's an image in your dream, and you stop believing in the seeming external reality of a cat that suffered.
Yeah.
Because it's just not true.
Which applies to anything, you know, that's happening in the world that's traumatic,
Anything.
whether it be a
Anything,
human or a cat or whatever.
The Holy Spirit doesn't care what's happening. It simply says it's all illusion. None of it's true. So apply this one correction to everything. This is not true. This isn't true, so I can't believe it. So if it's not true, then it has no effects on me. It cannot affect my state of mind if it's not true. You see that? That's the essence of forgiveness.
It's
so then I can remain peaceful and joyful and happy because none of it's true. Nothing ever really died. There's only eternal life. There's only eternal life, which is love and peace and joy. And I can experience that right now. So I'm no longer using the world incorrectly to cover that over. You know, so you see what you're doing very cleverly. The ego is tempting you here to dissociate the truth through this experience.
So is it likely then, when I'm starting to become more aware of the truth, that these incidents are going to be not so frequent? Because I seem to be getting quite challenged.
You don't have to even worry about that, because it won't matter.
Oh, I see. Yes, I see what you mean. Yes, I'm still coming from the.
So it's like, well, it won't matter to you because you see through it. It won't trigger you anymore. And then, yes, very likely, there's no reason for you to perceive that because it's not working. Why? You know, if you no longer believe in the dream,
then you're not going to get
you no longer need to project it out. You don't have to project these horror shows onto the screen of your consciousness and traumatize yourself. You don't need to do that anymore because you've seen through it.
Right.
But you said, so this is your test. You let it go. You let this go. It probably won't happen again because you just go, well, it was irrelevant and pointless and meaningless. So it didn't get me. So then, like on a deep level, you've corrected your mind. Now, because your mind is responsible for the projection, you don't project it anymore.
Yeah.
Because you corrected that. You don't need to traumatize yourself by showing yourself these awful images.
Gory,
You realize there's no point to that. It's just you're setting yourself up for the trauma.
Yeah.
So you don't do it anymore. So then you don't see them because everything is just a projection of your own mind onto the four-dimensional screen of time and space.
Yeah, no,
You
I
see
get
that?
that. Yeah, yeah, no, I do.
It's just
Yeah.
reminding yourself. You get it conceptually, but it's when those emotions come up,
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, yeah,
then you've got to remind yourself, no, Elaine, remember the truth. Through the pain of the emotion that's coming up, remember the truth. That none of this is real. And you see the importance of denying the good side of the illusion. Do you see why it's so important?
yeah, yeah,
Because if you accept that that's reality, oh, the kitten's beautiful and it's lovely, and I stroke it and wonderful, then you also have to accept that the dead, decapitated cat is reality.
yeah.
Because they're in the same order of reality.
Mm.
So you've got to deny the so-called good side of the illusion because you've got to deny the entire illusion. You can't have your cake and eat it. Go, oh, well, I just accept the good bits and deny the bad bits. No, you have to deny the existence of the entire reality.
But you can still enjoy the the plant or the kitten or whatever it is that resonates with you. You can still enjoy the essence.
What are you
of
really enjoying? You've got to ask yourself, are you really enjoying the form of
enjoy.
it?
I'm enjoy when I see, a beautiful
Enjoy,
animal,
yeah,
or a beautiful bird, or enjoy.
So-
Joy, no joy. I think it's more
Yeah.
joy. I'm not attaching. I don't want that bird, that beautiful
Yeah.
bird. I just watch the moment
Yeah.
of the beauty of it.
So the bird becomes a symbol of that which is formless. Beauty and truth and love and joy are intangible qualities.
Yeah,
But the bird can symbolize that, and you can then perceive it and experience it, but without attaching to the form of the bird, because it's not really
Yeah.
about the bird.
Well, it's
Is
not,
actually
it's not a
non-existent.
bird. Yeah.
What you're seeing then is life, the essence of life in action. It's
Yeah,
the life essence
that's-
manifesting through the bird. And
It's
that
not
is the
enjoying.
miracle. That's what's beautiful.
So enjoying and joy are two different things, aren't they? Enjoy is from the ego, joy is from the spirit.
Yeah, you could say so. To enjoy, conventionally speaking, oh, did you enjoy the experience? Yeah, I had a great time. But it's usually quite superficial. It's like, okay, well, was there any deeper awareness? Was there any deeper joy? Did you access pure formless awareness and really perceive that in everyone and everything in the situation? Probably not. No, it was a cool experience. Whatever, I enjoyed a good meal. And I enjoyed the tastes and I enjoyed the sights and the sounds, but a deeper joy, in joy is a deeper awareness. So if you were in the, let's say having a meal, to use that example, and you really just kind of went beyond your separate self and you just kind of connected with everyone and everything in the scene, the person you're with, the waiter. Maybe you're sitting in a restaurant, there's other people. You just kind of have the sense of, I'm really not a separate self. There's just a oneness going on here. And I feel this deep joy at that, awareness. Then that would be being enjoyed.
Yeah.
You realize it's not the waiter or the meal that's really making you happy. It's the inner awareness. It's awakening. It's making you joyful.
Yeah.
So it's a much deeper, and it's not a superficial joy. It's
That's with
much
egos,
deeper. And so the bird or the kitten, if you can see it that way, then it's just a symbol of the divine. The form is not important, the bird or the kitten, because the form's going to die. The form's going to change and it's going to die. So if you're attached to form and you're not seeing deeply enough, it's what it symbolizes, because every sentient being here has life. It has a life essence, a true awareness, that which cannot be named, which is your own awareness. It's the same awareness. It's what gives you your life.
Yeah.
And then you appreciate in seeing that bird or that kitten the miracle of this awareness, of this essence of life that is in your own awareness. and you come into an awareness of that. So you're merging your mind with that awareness in that moment. And that's what feels joyful, because you're connecting with your source. And the bird, the kitten, is just a symbol that allows you maybe to do that. It's a pointer, a signpost that allows you to connect at a much deeper level.
Mhm.
Does that make sense? So that's
It does.
the true being in joy. And maybe you could practice with the good things. So forgive the form of them, let go of the form of them, but connect with the essence. Go, can I just perceive the very essence of this bird, of this kitten, or of anything?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
deepest awareness, because that takes you into your deepest awareness. It activates that deepest awareness in you, and that's the source of your joy. And then the joy that you experience will be a joy without opposite. It's a joy that can't be sabotaged by the ego coming and saying, oh, well, that kitten that you love, well, that's now dead, well, that's injured.
yeah.
Bird, oh, see that bird, well, that bird's now dead, and you see a dead bird. You see, but as long as you're still attached to the form, you'll see the opposite all the time.
But whereas the duality, yeah, of course.
The duality, you get sucked into, oh, it's
Yeah.
beautiful, I love it. And oh, the next day I see a dead bird or a dead cat. Because then the ego, because you're attached, you see, to the form, it's going to use that to try and convince you of the reality of the dream. Because you allow that in. It knows, okay, that's your hot button. So great, dead cats are what really get Elaine upset. So let's show lots of dead cats.
Yeah.
So when you deny the reality of the cat, the living cat, and you say, this is just an image, it's a projection, the cat itself, the form of it is not real. But the essence of the cat, the very life essence that is there in it, that I can perceive, my deepest awareness, that's what's there.
So is it the same in the alive cat as the dead cat? They've both got an essence in them, have they? Even if it's dead, the essence is still there.
Yeah, because it's not really dead. What died was the body, was the form of the cat. Right? But the form was illusory. That which dies is not true. Because the life essence that the cat really is cannot die. It's eternal.
Just the body's moved on. Yeah.
Just the body, but the body was always an illusion.
Oh, so yeah.
Because it's not permanent. What is impermanent must be illusory. But the very essence of the cat cannot die. So then the cat hasn't died. What died was an illusion of the cat. That's all. But the illusion never even existed. So can what doesn't even exist really die? It never existed to start with.
So mind-boggling.
Yeah, but you see the logic of it. It never even existed.
Yeah.
It was an illusory existence, and then you think this illusory entity called a cat or a human being, whatever, in this world has now died, and that's sad. But it never even existed to start with. Its existence was illusory, a non-existent existence. So when it dies, why are you sad? It never existed to start with.
True. Apart from special relationships, if you had your whole life with your husband and then they die, then of course you will feel that.
But you have to recognize that it was still illusory. That entity called your husband doesn't really exist. You just think it does. And this is why special relationships are hard to overcome, because they make your separate self real.
Yeah.
They are the confirmation and the proof that the ego gives you in the dream that the dream is real.
So there's another one. Yeah.
So you deny the specialness. No, Dave is not your husband. Dave is the Christ. Is the very life essence before form. Yeah, you laugh, but it's the truth. That's what his very essence, his awareness is that.
Yeah.
Now he may not be aware of that, But what you then perceive as your husband is an illusion. It's just a covering over that pure formless awareness of perfect love that he really is.
Mm. Yeah.
So your job is to see him as only that. He is that awareness, and that's it.
Yeah. Work in progress.
You do that by forgiving the illusion of him, which is all the stuff that has been used to cover it over.
Yeah.
So whatever you don't like, that's the illusion. It's not true. So you just dismiss it. You say, no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. None of it's true. The only thing that's true is his true awareness, which is untouched. It's a screen.
It's Christ
not-
self. Yeah.
Yes, that is not affected at all by the projections upon it. Well, the projections don't mean anything. The Dave character and his life and his dysfunctions and his hang-ups and his flaws, none of that means anything because they're just projections onto the screen. And the only reality is the screen, which is the pure formless awareness, the perfect love.
Yeah.
The projections are meaningless. So if you make the projections true and real in your mind, then you identify yourself as the character Elaine. Then you get sucked into the screen. Now you believe that you really are a character in the dream. You believe you're Elaine, he's Dave, and he annoys you because he doesn't do what you expect him to do. and then the truth is covered over in that annoyance and that anger and whatever else you experience.
Yeah. Yeah.
Covers
no.
over the pure formless awareness of perfect love.
Yeah.
You see?
Yes. But it is work in progress. There's no doubt. Yes.
Yeah. Your work in progress is to forgive or let go of these things as they arise in your awareness.
Yeah.
So, you see a dead cat, it triggers you, get upset, you get sad, whatever. Okay, but I need to let that go. Because the emotion, the thoughts and emotions about the dead cat are as illusory as the dead cat. The ego's just used the projections to stimulate those thoughts and emotions, which then justify its separate self. Right? In fact, its separate self is made up of those thoughts and emotions. That's all it is. It's a bunch of false thoughts and emotions that negate the truth, hence they're negative, that deny the truth, and then you identify yourself as that, and now you've got a whole false self concept going on, made up of these false thoughts and emotions. And as long as you believe in it, it keeps triggering, and you keep experiencing those thoughts and emotions again, and all of that just keeps the game going, being separate from your true awareness.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
So it's mind-boggling in a way, because you go, oh my God, like nothing.
It is.
But it's simple. It's a very simple idea. It's a very simple truth.
It's very simple, but yeah, we make it so complicated in the big movie that we're in. Yeah.
And the answer is simple. The answer is we'll let go of all of your attachment to all the images. Don't make these images real in your mind. You make them real through your emotions.
Yeah,
don't
true.
You? When you have a strong emotion, you've made that image real.
That's very true, yes.
Decapitated cat, image, strong emotion, sadness, grief, suffering in some form.
Yeah.
Makes the image real, makes Elaine real in the process, you see. Who's now real? Elaine is real because Elaine is now identifying herself as a separate self.
Yeah. Yeah.
And enslaving yourself into a dream world, into a false self and a dream world that will ultimately, and this is the ego's fear, because it's actually not so much about the cat as about you. Oh, but if that could happen to the cat, then what's going to happen to me?
Yeah.
I'm going to end up dead too. Oh dear. No, you see, that's the fear.
Yeah, sorry. It's just some of it's almost sort of comical, but it's rather comical.
Well, it is, So the ego is really just self-invested. It's like, oh, well, if the cat can die, then so can you. Oh, now I feel scared because I'm going to die. But yet death is the
It's
is
the
the only
inevitable.
outcome of the ego's thought system.
It
If you
is.
believe in it, then of course you're going to die.
Yeah.
Because you denied the essence of life in order to seemingly exist as a separate self. What else can you expect but death?
Yeah.
Is it realistic to expect anything else when you deny life? I mean, we
Yeah,
don't want
no.
to see this, but it's obvious. Like, so why
That's
does
true.
everything die in this world? Because we denied the essence of life in order to miscreate it. That's why. So of course it's going to die. It's inevitable.
Yeah.
So you have to just look at the whole crazy system and go, no, I don't want any part of it. It's just insane. How can eternal life die? How is it possible that that which is eternal can suddenly not be? How is that possible? No, it's not possible.
Mm. Mm.
Oh, okay, so the whole thing's impossible. It's an impossible dream, just an image, projected over the truth of the pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's the reality.
Mhm.
Okay, so
Yeah. Yes.
it was quite a long summary, but
Yes. Very, very comprehensive. Yeah. Thank you for that.
well, it's a deep dive into truth. I mean, that's what happens when you start doing this. And you
Yeah.
had it trauma. So, it's a perfect lesson. See how the Holy Spirit reinterprets that and says, oh, great. So you go to bed tonight sitting going, oh, that was terrible. You go, no, that was good. Because it was a lesson. I got a good lesson. And then I joined the call and then I got the correction. And great. So this is how I'm going to progress. This is how I'm going to awaken.
Yeah.
So bring it on. Okay, bring on more dead cats or dead bodies or whatever I need to experience in order to free my mind. See, so you don't run away from it anymore. So, oh, I don't want more dead cats. No, you should say, bring on as many dead cats as you can, because I want to learn the lesson. I want to get to the point where the dead cats or dead whatever doesn't trigger me anymore.
Right. Right. Still work in progress, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, well, because you want the lesson. You want to undo this ego. So bring it up. Okay, I experienced the pain of it. Now I get the chance to let it go.
Mm.
If I don't experience that, then it remains buried in my subconscious. And I might be under the illusion I had a good day. Oh, everything went smoothly, I had a good day. But actually, the good days are the ones where you have the deepest lessons, the toughest lessons. Those are the good days because you learned the most.
Yeah.
So you actually had a very good day.
Right. Well, yeah.
You see, they're very good because it's a huge lesson, big lesson, big part of undoing. You learn this lesson, you internalize it. Big part of undoing the self-concept of Elaine. So a very good day then from the Holy Spirit's perspective, because its only intention is to get you out of the dream. So if you have a day where you free yourself through facing the trauma and letting it go, that's a good day for it.
Yeah.
And a day that kind of goes reasonably smoothly. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with peace, just having a basic level of peace, but you didn't learn that much. It was kind of smooth. There were no major lessons. Well, that didn't take you that much further in your awakening.
Mm.
So you welcome the dramas and the traumas because that's where you learn to awaken. It's just remembering that at the time. Okay, so instead of, oh, this is terrible, oh, this is good, great, another, great, really good, bring it on. Okay, so now I can do my forgiveness. And so you totally turn it around. Instead of seeing it as bad, you go, good, okay, good, bring it on. Because this is now an opportunity to undo my ego, which is exactly what I want. So there's that great scene in The Matrix where Neo is being absolutely smashed to bits by the ego in the form of the Agent Smith. And he spits his blood out. He's gone to the end of the platform and he does his little kung fu move. He says, come. Okay, bring it on. I'm not scared anymore. Bring on whatever. And let's have this conflict out and let's undo the ego. And so then he starts to claim his true self, because only your true self can do that. So, okay, bring it on, ego. I'm not scared of you anymore. I'm not scared of dead cats. I'm not scared of any projections. Why would I be scared of a projection? It's just a projection. It's not real. So I don't need to be scared of any of the projections because they're not real. Okay.
Yeah.
So, can you summarize that?
I thought we just had.
We did kind of, you half summarized it, didn't you? And
Yeah,
I
then you
took-
you sort of, yeah, you were better at
I
it.
went- Well, it wasn't.
Got a
It wasn't really a summary.
comprehensive.
It was more of a comprehensive teaching.
Yeah. But yeah, no,
and
thank
just
you.
coming through from the Holy Spirit to help
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so let's personalize this. To remember, it's merely
Right.
to restore to your mind what is already there.
To my mind, to restore
Yeah.
to my mind,
No, remember, I'm merely
to restore to.
restore to my mind what is already there. Do not make what
I
I
remember.
remember.
I
I accept again what is already there, but which I rejected. My ability to accept truth in this world is the perceptual counterpart of extending in the state of my extending in the state of pure formless awareness. Formless awareness, perfect love will do its parts. Yeah. I will do mine. And it's reward in exchange for me doing my part is the exchange of perception for knowledge. Nothing is beyond its awareness for me. But I must signify my will to remember it. My intention. So how do you signify your intention to remember it?
Hmm.
Huh? How do you do that?
Or just to let it, yeah, just bring it up to the awareness, and if you can, let it go.
Yeah, letting go is how you signify your intention to remember.
Yeah.
So you let go of the falsity, you deny the denial, in other words, of truth, then you signify your intention to remember the truth. And so that's why forgiveness strengthens your memory, strengthens your memory of the truth.
Mm.
Because all the time you're saying, yes, I'm willing to let this go. I'm willing to remember the truth. Every time you forgive, I'll let go.
Yeah.
I signify my intention to remember it, and it will give me the whole truth when I just ask. So you ask yourself, and it's quite a nice part of the forgiveness process. You say, Holy Spirit, show me the truth in the situation. Show me, reveal the truth to me. In this situation involving a dead cat, show me the truth.
Patty. There. Stop.
Yeah, sorry.
There you are. Should stop.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm going to read that from the top, just check it.
Yeah. When I remember, I merely restore to my mind what is already there. I do not make what it.
What I remember.
Oh, what I remember, I merely accept again what is already there. but which I rejected. My ability to accept truth in this world is the perpetual counterpart of my extending in the state of pure formless awareness.
And that
Pure
would be
form-
perceptual, Elaine. Perceptual, not perpetual. Perceptual.
Oh, but perceptually, I'll make that a bit bigger. Perceptual counterpart of my extending in the state of pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness of perfect love will do its part if I will do mine. And its rewards in exchange for me doing my part is the exchange of perception for knowledge. Nothing is beyond its awareness for me, but I must signify my intention to remember it, and it will give me the whole truth when I just ask.
Maybe we want to add, but I must signify my intention to remember it by letting go.
Yeah, that makes it a bit more clearer.
But I must signify my intention to remember it by letting go of what denies it. And it will give me the whole truth. Signify my intention to remember it by letting go of what it denies me. And it will give me the whole truth. When I just ask in this way. I ask. So that's how we ask. We ask when we let go. We ask for the truth to be revealed when we're willing to let go.
Yeah. That's better.
Okay, so happy with that. Let's read it. In the that one. Okay, so John Kim, just close your eyes, take a nice deep breath in. And out. And just allow these words to drop in to a deeper part of your awareness and repeat them after allaying the gaps that she leaves. Okay, so then if you can take it away.
When I remember, I merely restore to my mind what is already there. I do not make what I remember. I merely accept again what is already there, but which I rejected. My ability to accept truth in this world is the perceptual counterpart of my extending in the state of pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness of perfect love will do its part if I will do mine, and its reward in exchange for me doing my part is the exchange of perception for knowledge. Nothing is beyond its awareness for me, but I must signify my intention to remember it by letting go of what denies it, and it will give me the whole truth when I ask in this way.
So it is. Okay, so number 3 done. Well done. Number 4, something in the chat. Kim's going to bed. Okay, Kim. Yeah, hopefully see you on Saturday. Are we gonna meet on Saturday?
I'd like to, I'll confirm, but yeah, sounds
Yeah.
good. Thanks, Jonah.
Come
All right.
over here in the afternoon. Okay.
Thank
right.
you. Thanks.
All right.
Bye,
Thanks, Kim.
Elaine. Bye, John.
Bye.
Thanks. Okay.
Hi, Kim.
Bye.
Bye. All right, John. So your turn. When you
Yeah.
number 4, when you attack, you're denying yourself.
When you attack, you are denying yourself. You are specifically teaching yourself that you are not what you are. Your denial of reality precludes the acceptance of God's gift because you have accepted something else in its place. So number 3 in the alternative is your denial of reality precludes the acceptance of perfect love's gift because you have accepted something else in its place.
Why don't we say blocks instead of precludes?
Yeah.
That's a more stronger word. Blocks the acceptance of perfect love's gift. Because you've accepted something else in its place.
If you understand that this is always an attack on truth, and truth is God, you will realize why it is always fearful. If you understand that this is always an attack on truth, and truth is pure formless awareness of perfect love, you will realize why it is always fearful.
Does that make sense? Related to the point you had about, well, why is it fearful?
Yes. It's a revamp of that one, isn't it?
You've actually believed that you've destroyed pure formless awareness of perfect love, your source. I think it might be useful to say truth is God. So instead of pure formless awareness of perfect love, truth is your source. What do you think? Understand this always an attack on you.
That
Truth is your source. You'll realize why it's always fearful, because you're attacking your
yeah.
you attack your source, you're attacking the very foundation of your being. You wouldn't find that fearful. So I think
Yes,
that's
helpful.
fair.
Yeah.
You source there.
Yeah.
Okay. If you further recognize
that you are part of pure formless awareness of perfect love, you will understand why it is that you always attack yourself first. If you further recognize that you are part of perfect love, you'll understand.
Instead of part of, you're one with. You're
Yeah.
one with, and you can have pure formless awareness of perfect love.
If you further recognize that you are one with pure formless awareness of perfect love, you will understand why it is that you always attack yourself first.
Yeah. Or one with. Keep it consistent. You're one with your source.
Yes, good.
Now, if you further recognize you're one with your source, you'll understand why it is that you always attack yourself first. And that could be capital self.
Yeah.
Because your source is yourself, you've now attacked that by denying it. And of course you're going to feel fearful because you've attacked your own true nature, your own identity, your own existence. And you actually fear that which attacks it. You fear the dissociation, the entity in your mind that seemingly denies this. That's what you fear. That's the ego that you fear. You fear your own capacity to destroy, to destroy yourself. I mean, isn't that insane?
Yeah.
How can we fear our own capacity to destroy ourselves? Because we're doing it to ourselves. So just stop doing it. It's like self-evident. The answer, well, just stop doing it then. Yes, you're just saying, well, stop doing it. It doesn't make any sense. You don't need to fear your capacity to destroy yourself. Just stop trying to do it. You can't destroy yourself. Not possible. Stop these crazy attacks on yourself and just accept that yourself is beyond all attack and simply is.
Yeah.
Okay. What's
Yeah.
he saying in that? What's he saying in that particular paragraph?
So what he's saying is that when we attack, we deny reality and ourselves because we are making up that something else is real. And the way out of this is to realize that the attacker is ourself, and we can stop doing, and we need to stop doing whatever we're doing.
Yeah. So you're hitting your head against a brick wall, and then you're fearful that you're going to do it again, and then you do it again. So you're just saying, stop it. Doing this to yourself. It's crazy. Don't do that. Recognize the whole thing's a delusion. So Elaine, to refer to your previous point, every time you get triggered by a dead cat or something, you're effectively hitting your head against a brick wall again, and doing it to yourself, hurting yourself. Even though it doesn't seem like it. It seems like the cat's, the situation's hurting you. But actually it's you doing it to yourself.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Which makes no sense at all. Self-attacking, when you experience those dark emotions, pain and grief and whatever was triggered, that's an attack on yourself.
Very much, yeah.
So if you can recognize that in the moment, then you go, well, stop doing it. Stop attacking yourself, Elaine.
Yeah.
The ego says, oh, but it's not, I can't help it because there's a dead cat and I feel sad. You're choosing to feel sad.
Yeah.
It's a choice that you can undo. You don't have to keep choosing that.
Yeah.
So recognize that all negative emotions are just an attack on yourself.
Yeah, no, I can see that definitely. Yeah.
And if you can remember that in the moment, then you've got the correction in that memory, in that remembrance. That's a remembrance of perfect love saying, yeah, you're just attacking yourself again. So don't do that. Not clever. Let it go. Irrespective of what it is, dead cat, dead husband, it doesn't matter. It's all an attack on yourself.
Yeah.
Just got to remember that. Okay, I'm attacking myself again. Okay, stop doing it. Stop doing it. I'm hurting myself. And Yeshua can't help us if we want to continue hurting ourselves. He can only say to us, just don't do it. Remember the truth and stop doing it. But if we insist on doing it, then he can't help us because that's what you want. Okay, well, if that's what you want, so be it. By your will it is so. And you attack yourself and you hurt yourself and you suffer and you die over and over again until you're wanting to change your mind.
Yeah.
Okay, so you always attack yourself first. I think that's really the key point. And any negative thought that negates or denies reality is an attack on yourself. So that could be the mildest irritation with someone, a little bit of frustration, ranging to intense rage and fury, or deep sadness and depression. Same thing. It's all an attack on yourself. Okay, so let's personalize this.
When I attack, I am denying myself. I am specifically teaching myself that I am not what I am. My denial of reality blocks the acceptance of perfect love's gift because I have accepted something else in its place. If I understand that this is always an attack on truth, and truth is my source, I will realize why it is always fearful. If I further recognize that I am one with my source, I will understand why it is that I always attack myself first.
Okay, I want to read it from the top. Make sure you're good with it.
When I attack, I am denying myself. I am specifically teaching myself that I am not what I am. My denial of reality blocks my acceptance of perfect love's gift because I have accepted something else in its place. If I understand that this is always an attack on truth, and truth is my source, I will realize why it is always fearful. If I further recognize that I am one with my source, I will understand why it is that I always attack myself first.
Okay. Happy to read that. So, just take a nice deep breath in, Elaine. And out. Just allow these words to drop in really deep into your mind. So this is acceptance of these words as you're healing. Be willing to really allow them to come in. Repeat them in the gaps that John leaves to affirm their truth and internalize them even more. Okay, so John, if you can read it slowly for us.
When I attack, I am denying myself. I am specifically teaching myself that I am not what I am. My denial of reality blocks my acceptance of perfect love's gift because I have accepted something else in its place. If I understand that this is always an attack on truth, and truth is my source, I will realize why it is always fearful. If I further recognize that I am one with my source, I will understand why it is that I always attack myself first.
Just let's just say that last one again. Why?
Yeah.
It's just much simpler. Why I always attack myself first.
Yeah.
Just say the last sentence again.
If I further recognize that I am one with my source, I will understand why I always attack myself first.
So it is. Okay. Okie dokie. So moving on to number 5. Elaine, your turn again. You can read number 5. All attack is self-attack.
All attack is self-attack. It cannot be anything else. Arising from your own decision not to be what you are, it is an attack on your identification.
Okay, so let's just change that. I think identification should be on your
Identity, yeah.
true
Yeah.
identity.
So,
Yeah.
therefore, attack is thus the way in which your identity is lost.
Yeah.
Because when you attack, you must have forgotten what you are. You must have forgotten what you are. And if your reality is perfect loves, when you attack, you are not remembering it. This is not because he is gone, but because you are actively choosing not to remember it.
And of course, the beds in a minute.
Reality is pure formless awareness of perfect love. The attack, you're not remembering it. Not because
Not a minute, but come on then.
gone, but because you're actively choosing not to remember it. So remember that you choosing to judge anything, choosing to get upset is an active choice not to remember the truth. So whenever you allow those images to come up and you dwell in those emotions, you think the thoughts and you feel the emotions, you are choosing not to remember the truth. Seemingly with justification, because you've seen this cat dead. That's what the ego is telling you anyway.
Yeah.
But understand that you're being set up to be upset. You've been set up to choose not to remember the truth through the whole situation. There's no accident that you saw a decapitated cat. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Why did you see a decapitated cat? Because that is a hot button for you, because that pushes your buttons, possibly more than anything else. Am I right?
Yeah. Yes, because that's my love.
So then you get the ultimate challenge, and it's pregnant as well. So
well,
did you
it
see?
appeared to be. I wouldn't know for
The
definite.
ego's, The ego scripted this thing perfectly for you. Oh, we
Yeah.
want maximum impact. We want to get Elaine really upset and get her to deny this truth because she's starting to remember it. So let's do a decapitated cat, because cats, we know, are a thing, and it's pregnant as well. We think, you know,
Well, it appeared to be. I mean, I'm only guessing,
yeah,
but yeah,
that's how you perceived it. It doesn't
yeah,
matter because
yeah,
it's all
yeah,
perceptual anyway. It's just
yeah.
it's an illusion. You know, it's whatever it was. It's how you perceive it that gives it its reality.
Well,
So
yes, yeah, yeah, true.
you perceive it as now a dead, you know, decapitated, you know, it's like, so it's even
Well, it
worse,
appeared
like
that way again. I didn't sort of have a real good look because it was too
yeah.
horrific.
So,
Yeah. But yeah, yeah.
but it's not an accident that you saw that, because that's how the ego is tempting you to deny yourself and to keep attacking yourself.
So, you know, for example, you know, this learning is very good, but you know, psychopaths and all those people, they don't feel emotions. So are they in connect with their source? You know, like a psychopath who just can see all these horrific things and not be affected. Where do they stand on this, or is it they're just lost?
Well, they're lost in the ego. The ego has come and dominated that person's mind and hijacked it almost completely, and has convinced that mind that, you know, being a psychopath and hurting and killing
They have
people
no feelings at all. Yeah, so because I mean, we're training ourselves to, you know, obviously not get
Oh,
into
they
these.
do, Elaine, but they're buried, deeply buried.
Oh,
The
I see.
psychopath
Right.
will have deep, dark emotions, but they're all buried and repressed.
I see. Right. Yeah. Because
Of course, they have them, but it's all been repressed and
right.
suppressed, and then, you know,
Yeah.
the psychopathic behavior is part of that repression.
Yeah. Right. So that I haven't done psychology on psychopaths, but they look, well, very unfeeling, very cold. You know.
Yeah, but that's a
Cruel.
cover. Actually, underneath that, there's guilt, there's fear, there's rage.
Right.
And it's all been bottled down and suppressed, and then it comes
Got
up
you.
in their behavior. You know, so that's then what becomes the guiding
that's
force of that
how they
person's
murder and
life
kill.
their
Yeah.
behavior.
Yeah. Because the
A very, very sick thought system. That's
serial killers
direct.
and yeah.
Yeah. And somehow the ego's convinced them that suffering and pain and death and inflicting those on other people is somehow salvation, that this is somehow going to save them.
Right. So you
Why
can't.
else
They're
would
not.
they do it?
So they're not connected to their source. Well, they couldn't be. Yeah, that would be stupid for me to say that. It's just they don't have any feelings. So I'm thinking.
And underneath all of that covering over is the source. It's still there, but it's been so deeply buried under, you know, the illusion of the ego.
So they're disconnected to their source. Yeah. Yeah.
So they're disconnected, and then these you know, insanities seem to happen, because the mind is now under the influence, pretty much being directed completely by the ego. So they're useful examples, they're extreme examples in our world, but they're useful because an extreme example is a good learning device, as Yeshua teaches us. So you look at someone like a Hitler, you know, complete nutcase, psychopath, megalomaniac, as the extreme of the ego's thought system, and you go, well, wow, that was pretty extreme, but it's a good learning device, because look at what happened to him. He was, apparently the ego gave him all this power and said, you can go out and conquer the world, you're going to become, you know, the world leader. And it said, you're going to do this by force and by attack. You know, fear, hatred, anger, and attack are your weapons. But it didn't work, did it? Because in the end, what happened is he ends up, you know, being the world's most wanted man, and the entire world's closing in on him and is coming to attack him. And in the end, suicide is his only option. He has to, you know, go take the thought system of self-attack to its extreme and kill himself. See, because that's what he's been doing all the time, is attacking himself.
Right.
Without being aware of it.
Yeah.
And so eventually that all comes back, because that's karma. You know, it's a boomerang. It comes back on him, and now, you know, he's He's seeing the attack, his own attack thoughts, which he's projected out onto the world, come back and attack him.
Yeah, got it.
And then the only option is to kill himself, because that's the ultimate, you know, of what he's actually been trying to do all along. He just didn't realize it.
Hmm.
So, you know, it's an extreme example, but you see the delusion of the ego's thought system, and that, you know, if he could just heal, if he could have healed from his trauma, because he had, you know, some deep-seated trauma from his childhood. If he could have let that go and healed, then he wouldn't have had these impulses to attack, and he would have been trying to find healing in these inappropriate ways. You're not going to find healing by attacking everyone and everything, are you? It's clearly insane, but his ego tells him that somehow work.
They're supposed to be, yeah. Right, I'm taking the dogs out anyway.
Yep. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Right.
All right. So I want to summarize that, Elaine. What's he saying there?
Well, it's all about the self-attack, isn't it? And it can't be anything else. It's all arising from your own decisions. So attack is the way in which your true identity is lost. Because when you attack, you have forgotten what you are. And your reality is pure formless awareness of perfect love. That's the real reality.
Come on then, folks.
You're attacking yourself.
Yeah.
Always.
Self-attack, yeah.
So you attack another, you think you're attacking some other, actually you're attacking your true self in that moment. And can you see that whenever you don't forgive and you believe in the ego story, and you suffer because of it, that's an attack on yourself. Cannot be taken up. So your misperception of the cat and the negative emotions you've experienced is a self-attack.
Yeah.
Cannot be anything else.
Mm.
And so arising from your own decision not to be what you are. Attack on your own true identity. So that's what's really going on. Doesn't seem like it. But it's the ego trying to convince you that you aren't this true self, you aren't the Christ. You are a lane, you are a separate self, you can suffer, you can die. And look, there's the evidence. The cat's dead.
Yeah. Same will happen to you. Yeah.
Same will happen to you. And then you fear.
Yeah.
Oh, scary reality. Oh dear, I'm going to die too.
Yeah.
As you say, it's kind of comical. It's like, okay, well, so this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But if you believe it, then it becomes real for you, and that's a very frightening reality. You believe it. But if you can see it as just this ridiculous B-grade horror show, horror movie, I can't take that seriously. It's really not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Laughable. It's laughably insane to believe the story. A decapitated cat. I mean, it comes up with these images to try and convince us that its story is true. And obviously, the more horrific the image, the more likely we are to believe that the story is true. But if you can recognize the simple truth that all of the images are false, it doesn't matter how horrific they seem to be, every single one of them is equally false, then see, there's no hierarchy of illusions. Therefore, there's no order of difficulty in miracles, because you can let go of all of them. By the simple acceptance that they're not true. And then your true identity is asserted accepting that true identity in denying the illusions. And you're stopping the attack on yourself. So Yeshua's really just saying to us, look, stop this. I can't help you much if you keep attacking yourself. So stop attacking yourself. And you attack yourself whenever you judge something, whenever you experience any negative thought or emotion, and especially when you attack others. You know, you're attacking someone or something else in your mind. That is just a self-attack in that moment. You're attacking your own true self, your own identity. And how can you expect anything but pain and suffering when you do that?
Yeah, that's very clear.
Okay. So let's personalize it. Attack is self-attack. Okay. Cannot be anything else. I wonder if self-attack, wants to do that. So let's do that. Attack is self-attack. Cannot be anything else. Arising from
My own decision.
own decision not to be what I am. Attack on my true identity. Therefore, attack is the way in which true identity is lost to me, because when I attack, I must have forgotten what I am. My reality is a form of perfect love. When I attack, I'm not remembering it. It's not because it is gone, but because I am actively choosing not to remember it. Okay, so I'm going to read that from the top, make sure we're good with it. Yeah.
All attack.
Nation.
All attack is self-attack. It cannot be anything else, arising from my own decision not to be what I am. It is an attack on my true identity. Therefore, attack is the way in which my true identity is lost to me, because when I attack, I must have forgotten what I am. And if my reality is pure formless awareness of perfect love, when I attack, I am not remembering it. This is not because it is gone, but because I am actively choosing not to remember it.
Yeah, okay. Happy to read that.
Yes, might be a little bit of noise just coming in now. Yeah.
Okay, is Dave coming in?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
shall I read it instead?
Yeah, might be better. Yes, please.
Okay. So just take a nice deep breath in and out through your nose. And just drop into a deeper awareness. Allow the words in, permeating into a deeper awareness in your mind. Breathing in and out through your nose as you listen to these words, and repeat them aloud after me in the gaps I leave. between the sentences and the words. All attack is self-attack. It cannot be anything else. Arising from my own decision not to be what I am, it is an attack on my true identity. Therefore, attack is the way in which my true identity is lost to me. Because when I attack, I must have forgotten what I am. And if my reality is pure formless awareness of perfect love, when I attack, I am not remembering it. This is not because it is gone, but because I am actively choosing not to remember it. So it is. Okay, so last paragraph, I believe. So, John, your turn. We'll do
Yep.
the last paragraph first.
If you realize the complete havoc this makes to your peace of mind, you could not make such an insane decision.
Of
You
your
make
peace of mind.
This makes of your peace of mind, you could not make such an insane decision. You make it only because you still believe it can get you something you want. It follows then that you want something other than peace of mind, but you have not considered what it must be. Yet the logical outcome of your decision is perfectly clear. If you will only look at it, by deciding against your reality, you have made yourself vigilant against God and his kingdom. And it is this vigilance that makes you afraid to remember him. Alternatively, if you realize the complete havoc this makes of your peace of mind, you could not make such an insane decision. You make it only because you still believe it can get you something you want. Therefore, it follows that you want something other than peace of mind, but you have not considered what it must be. Yet the logical outcome of your decision is perfectly clear. If you will only look at it. By deciding against your reality, you have made yourself vigilant against pure formless awareness of perfect love and its state of pure formless awareness. And it is this vigilance that makes you afraid. Remember it.
Making yourself vigilant against pure formless awareness and its kingdom. Yeah. So I think we can just take that out. Eh?
Yeah.
Or you could say against pure formless awareness and your state of being. And your state of being in it.
Yeah. And it is this vigilance that makes you afraid to remember it.
Yeah. So it's the opposite of right-minded vigilance. We've actually made ourselves vigilant against the truth.
Yeah.
We must be vigilant now against the ego. So turn it all around. Exercise the same vigilance that we've had against the truth. And that vigilance against the truth is called denial. It's called resistance to the truth. When someone's resistant, they are very vigilant against the truth. And so any sign of truth, any sniff of truth, and they just, no, and they deny it. And we all know people like that.
Mm.
Because they made themselves so vigilant against the truth to defend their egos that they seem to be totally lost. And usually it takes a lot of pain before they will reconsider that maybe they're wrong in their vigilance, and that they should be vigilant for the truth and against the illusion rather. Okay, so what is the what's he saying in this one, John? Summary of number 6.
So if we actually understood what we were doing by siding with the ego and allowing it to dominate our thinking, we would want to stop doing it in order to gain peace of mind. We have to decide consciously to stop pursuing attack thoughts in all their forms.
Okay. I think the key point for me is, we decide against our reality. We've made ourselves vigilant against that reality, against pure formless awareness of perfect love, and our own peace of mind, our own happiness, and our own bliss. Our mind has decided it's going to be very vigilant against that, and that makes us afraid to remember it. So the vigilance shows up as fear of that which actually is our salvation, our true self. That's peace and joy and bliss. We actually now become scared of it, and we are vigilant against it. It's completely insane, because that's our salvation. That's where, any place where we can find happiness and peace and love and joy. But the mind is telling us otherwise. So we seem to be afraid to remember the truth because of this vigilance against it. Okay?
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments about that? Elaine, good with this? Yeah, so let's personalize it.
Yeah, it's clear.
If I realize the complete havoc this makes of my peace of mind, I could not make such an insane decision. I make it only because I still believe in it. I still believe it can get me something I want. Therefore, it follows that I want something other than peace of mind, but I have not considered what it must be. Yet the logical outcome of my decision is perfectly clear, if I will only perceive it correctly. By deciding against my reality, I have made myself vigilant against pure formless awareness of perfect love and my state of being in it. And it is this vigilance that makes me afraid to remember it.
Okay, this is a vigilance makes me afraid to remember. Do you want to read that from the top?
Yeah.
Be happy with our translation and personalization of it.
If I realize the complete havoc this makes of my peace of mind, I could not make such an insane decision. I make it only because I still believe it can get me something I want. Therefore, it follows that I want something other than peace of mind, but I have not considered what it must be. Yet the logical outcome of my decision is perfectly clear, if I will only perceive it correctly. By deciding against my reality, I have made myself vigilant against pure formless awareness of perfect love and my state of being in it. And it is this vigilance that makes me afraid to remember it.
Okay, all good. So read that for us in the slow form.
Yep.
To close it out for the evening. So Elaine, just take a nice deep breath in and out. Allow the words to drop into that open, spacious awareness, the empty vessel of your mind. Permeate in to the deepest part of your mind, your subconscious. Breathe nice, deep, slow breaths as you listen to help that process, and repeat the words after John and the gaps that he leaves between them. Okay, John, so take it away. Take it home, shall we say? Right.
If I realize the complete havoc this makes of my peace of mind, I could not make such an insane decision. I make it only because I still believe it can get me something I want. Therefore, it follows that I want something other than peace of mind. But I have not considered what it must be. Yet the logical outcome of my decision is perfectly clear. If I will only perceive it correctly. By deciding against my reality, I have made myself vigilant against pure formless awareness of perfect love and my state of being in it. And it is this vigilance that makes me afraid to remember it.
And so it is. Okay, so that brings us to the end. Would you like to, John, you want to have a go at summarizing the key message of the whole thing? And what's he really saying in this section?
He's saying that we made a decision to forget the reality of who we are, and we keep on repeating that decision every time we attack either someone or something or ourselves. So we must be making that decision to attack because we want something, or we think we want something other than what we are. And the way out of this is to understand that all attack is pernicious, and whenever we come up against it, we need to go back to the belief in our own reality and the perfectness of our companions.
Yeah, very good. That was very well done. I would add just one thing, that the denial. So we've denied reality, and in order to accept reality back, we must deny the denial of reality. We must deny that denial to accept it back into our minds. Deny the denial of truth, deny the what he calls dissociation, and then you accept the truth back. And the way you deny the denial is to deny the manifestations of all the projections of the ego. So you simply don't give those a reality, you don't allow them to affect you emotionally, and that way you're denying the denial. And as you deny the denial, you accept the truth back into your awareness, inevitably. Which is why forgiveness or letting go brings the truth, is the memory of the truth, and restores your mind to your awareness, the awareness of your true self. Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this one?
Very good session. Food for thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good, really
Makes you think.
deep stuff. Really deep stuff. Simple. I mean, actually, the logic is so simple. When you unpack it, it's like, okay, well, it's obvious. Surely we should all know this. It shouldn't be some deep mystical truth that all attack is self-attack. I mean, that's self-evident, but it's not. To the ego, it's not self-evident. To most of the world, it's not self-evident, is it? You look at how people behave in society, and you go, well, attacks going on all the time. So it's evident that it's not self-evident to people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it. Because who in their right mind would attack themselves?
Just don't realize it.
Yeah, we just, That's why Yeshua said, those immortalized words on the cross, forgive them, Father, source, for they know not what they do. They are attacking themselves by attacking me, but they don't know what they're doing. They think that they really can attack me and project their guilt outwards onto me and somehow escape in this way, but they are confused. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Good section. Very good.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you
Yeah.
find it helpful after your trauma, Elaine?
Oh yes. Yeah.
Mm.
It's made me certainly think,
Mm.
it just, your whole life just goes in circles with all these traumas thrown at you and never ending. So it's made me really think, yeah, it's time for
Yeah.
change. Yeah.
It's
Self.
time to end the dream. See, so that the dream is an attack on yourself.
Yeah.
All an attack on yourself. So do you really want to continue doing that, or do you just want to escape the dream? And all the seeming good things in the dream are part of that thought system of self-attack. That's what you got to see. It's a deceptive system. It says, oh, well, that's good. And then you get sucked in, you get attached to it, and then what you get attached to disappoints you because it won't last. So it dies, it fades away, then you get disappointed. But all of that is an attack on yourself. You're really attacking your true self reality by attaching to any of those things. You see, the attachment to these things, by desiring them, by valuing them, it's an attack on yourself.
It is. Yeah.
When you can see that, you go, okay, well, I don't want to attack myself anymore. So I'm not going to desire anything else in this world because I'm attacking myself in doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's certainly time for a change.
Yeah, well, you're doing it because you're showing up every day and you're studying.
Yes,
stuff.
it could.
And
Yeah.
to just internalize it and say, okay, I accept it as the truth. And
Yeah. No, thank you for a good session. Thank you.
yeah, thank you. All right, so see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to do evening as well because I've got something in the day. So we'll start at same time.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Jono. Thanks, Elaine.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, John.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
See you then. Namaste.
Night, both.
Bye.
Night,
Bye.
night.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Okay, bye. All right, so thanks to everyone who joined, Elaine, John, Sally earlier, Kim, Christine. Good session, and the message is clear. All attack is self-attack, and stop denying. Only by denying the denial of truth, which is an attack on yourself, will you escape. So thank you, everyone, and I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow's session will be at 5 p.m. UK time, 6 p.m. SA time. So I hope to see you there.